Thank you for coming, and well past the anniversary of, I think it was May, that the province made the $1.2 billion announcement, 2.2 for the GO Station Centennial, and the billion, of course, for LRT. And then we started this LRT implementation committee well over a year ago now, and we're ready for another meeting that addresses all of those issues of implementation. I think we'll find today, too, that we're being very considerate to what we're hearing in past meetings and following up accordingly as we move along with this subcommittee, which is essentially what we were designed to do. So a lot of good questions have already come to us. We're getting those answers. We may get more good questions here today. And as an implementation committee, we'll provide those answers at our next meeting, hopefully, or sooner if need be. So again, welcome to our Light Rail Transit Implementation Subcommittee. Members of the public, we're advised that our meetings are webcast live by the city, temporarily archived on our website. Other individuals and media may audibly or visually be recording this meeting. Madam Clerk, I know we have a few changes to the agenda.
Yes, we have an added delegation request, 4.3 from Alain Bureau and Marc Réjean with the LRT Citizen Advocacy Group. As well, 2 added consent items, 5.7, a letter from the Chair of the International Village BIA respecting the LRT project plans in the International Village BIA. And 5.8, the Sherman Hub Community Planning Team respecting an expression of support for the LRT initiative.
Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Green. All in favor? Moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? And on those items, Councillor Whitehead.
Chair, the report that I put out yesterday is yet not on the table, and yet we have a group that wants to speak to the report. So I'm going to reserve the right, if in fact they want to get into that here today, in advance of any report being before us, to be able to respond to those questions. I would look for that latitude from the chair.
Talk to the delegates and ask any questions you want to a delegate, I guess. And my understanding is that we'll have some opportunity for staff to respond to your, which I'm sure you'll have no issue with. And you yourself may want to, at the appropriate time in this meeting, address your 52-page report, 58-page report. And the timing was impeccable, Councillor. Here we are 2 days later at the LRT Transit Implementation Subcommittee. Okay, so moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Any opposed? A motion to approve the agenda now is amended. Moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? It's carried. And any declarations of interest? Seeing none. A motion to approve the minutes of our May 2nd meeting. That's moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Green. On the minutes, Councillor
Yes,
Ferguson.
Mr. Chairman. I'm not recorded as attendance, and I was here. In fact, I moved some motions. I was here.
All in favor? That's carried. As amended, right. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Carried. Okay, item 4.1, this is a delegation for today's meeting. This is Mary from Deningers, Deningers Limited, sorry, Mary, respecting concerns to the LRT project. And the committee's wish, moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Aidan Johnson. All in favor? That's carried. Should we go through all?
No, not yet.
We'll go as we, we'll also look to allow for today a delegation from Kelly from P&A Plastics and Mark from Hamilton LRT. Sorry, hang on, Mary. Clerk, sorry, you're trying to get my attention? You did, but... We need to move on to consent items first. You were going to let me chair this meeting without this run sheet. Can you imagine? Motion to receive item 5.1. This is correspondence from Sean Hurley on behalf of Crown Point's planning team. That's moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Green. All in favor? That's carried. A motion to receive 5.2, A through D. This is correspondence from A, Jim Sabo, respecting the LRT plans, and B, residents of the community and businesses on Barton Street, respecting a petition containing 21 signatures requesting the bump outs and day-long parking be preserved and made permanent to ensure safety, calm traffic, and improve public realm. Moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? That's carried. Correspondence from Gord Thompson respecting LRT. That's item 5.2C. Sorry, Lori, I don't see 5.2C. A through D, we did do them all. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Correspondence from the May 25th council meeting. A, North End Neighbours, B, Rolston, and C, James Arlen, respecting support for the LRT project. That was bumped from council to here. 5.3A through C. Councillor Green.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, do we have a total now of exactly how many neighborhood associations have written in support?
Not have a total, but the letters that have been referred are all before you.
Is that the totality of the letters? Like, I'm interested over the course of this, just to keep a running tally of how many neighborhoods, groups, and associations are in support of LRT. It's good to refresh people, because every now and again, we'll get the occasional, Mr. Chair, we'll get the occasional letter of opposition. I think right now in my count, I have about 47 emails in opposition and probably about 1,472 in support of. So for me, it's good just to keep that in mind and keep that context, keep that running tally going, just to see which neighborhood associations, how many people they represent, and all that good stuff in support of this project. Just so that we don't have, mischaracterizations of people or elected officials out there suggesting otherwise. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Whitehead.
Providing a supplementary a letter from Rolston will provide some clarity on the issue. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor. That's 5.3A through C. A motion to receive item 5.4, please. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Aidan Johnson. All in favor? Carried. 5.5, correspondence from Darko Vranich, President and CEO of Rancourt Group, respecting support for the LRT. 5.5, that's moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? That's carried. 5.6, correspondence from the Hamilton Burlington Society of Architects, respecting support for the LRT project. 5.6, moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? That's carried. Please.
On the correspondence, and this is anecdotal because we don't have the running tally yet, but I've heard recently in the press conversations around this being a divisive issue. And Mr. Chair, based on the correspondence we've received so far, I feel like that's actually a misrepresentation. I'm not sure there's been a public infrastructure project that's had this wide and varied and diverse support as we've seen for this project that we have here before us, with developers, with labor, neighborhood groups, business associations, all of them in overwhelming support. And so I feel like, just for the public record here today with members present, that there seems to be an ongoing mischaracterization from a very select group of few people on the opposition. And I'm really looking forward to that kind of collected list of all the groups. I know there's a graphic out there, a couple of graphics showing the support, and I think it's worth noting, as we see even in these correspondences, just the overwhelming support that we have from such a wide cross-section of groups, organizations, and businesses, developers, and the rest. Thank you.
So we're still approving correspondence, more supporters coming up, but this is specific to the Hamilton Burlington Society of Architects.
Yes.
So on that, item 5.6, Councillor Whitehead? Briefly, sure.
Yeah, I want to make it clear, Mr. Chair, that because there are lobby groups and organizations that have been asked to get engaged in this process that have showed their support, I respect that thoroughly.
Yeah.
But I want to make it clear that there's several councillors that are hearing different strong messages from their geographic communities on this expenditure, and that won't be noted necessarily here or captured.
Yeah, we here on the implementation team, this committee, subcommittee, continue to talk about things we talked about a long time ago, and that's fair enough. We don't expect, and nor did we ever expect, that there's going to be 100% buy-in. It's a $1 billion major infrastructure project. It's transformational, and it affects all of us, so fair enough. Councillor Skelly, on 5.6?
I just, again, the same latitude, if I may. I'm hearing, obviously, I'm hearing a great deal of support, but a tremendous amount of opposition to the LRT as well, including from stakeholders on the route on King Street who are feel that they've been left out of the conversation and feel that they haven't been represented. And I really am concerned that anecdotally that we're taking these letters of support and a few posters that have been posted on Facebook, et cetera, as some sort of overwhelming support for the LRT. I mean, if you really want to gauge public support, I would say put it to a referendum.
So, yep, so you're aware, I mean, there's a lot of documentation on how we converse in the past. You just said that there's a lot of people along the route that feel that they've been, quote, unquote, left out of the conversation. We would be happy, I'm sure, staff, to provide the new councillor a running history, a timeline, a Gantt chart of where we did reach out and where those opportunities to converse and continue to converse over many years have occurred, just so you know that there have been many opportunities.
Can I respond to that? No? Or we can discuss this later?
Yeah, we're literally on item 5.6. So all the architects are in support of LRT, and that's what we're speaking to.
But you mentioned that you are going to...
As chair, I'm advising based on your comments.
Right, and
you
I'm just
said,
asking...
quote,
right.
that there are people along King that feel that they've been left out of the
Who
conversation.
are in this room right now.
We'll make certain we can address it. I'm sure we're going to hear from some
Right,
today.
so
But we'll
I'm
make
just saying-
certain that we provide you
Right.
with a history of where we provided opportunities and where we continue to provide opportunity. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate your comments. Just don't
And I'm asking you, if staff is going to provide me with those opportunities, can we address this further today?
No, it's
Okay,
not on the
thank
agenda
you.
today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a clear distinction. Anecdotal is when you pretend to speak on behalf of people, and I'm going to say this right now, I am not comfortable with elected officials speaking on behalf of elected officials. If you have anecdotal information of people who are opposed, I would suggest that you allow those elected officials to speak on their own behalf. And I can tell you that anecdotal are not instances where people actually have, through a vote, drafted a letter on a letterhead and sent in. That's real support. That's what real support looks like. And so we can provide latitude, Mr. Chair, to these types of scenarios. But at the end of the day, I am not comfortable with councillors around this table in this committee or in the public making statements on behalf of other elected officials as to what their support is. We have all been elected around this side of the table and in council to speak on behalf of our own residents. So with regards to latitudes for other councillors outside of my ward coming into my ward and speaking on behalf of that, I would like to request respectfully that we don't allow that latitude.
Calm it all down, Councillor. Councillor Aidan Johnson.
I have many thoughts, but since you've asked me to calm everything down, I'm not going to share them. Thank you.
All right, that's 5-6. All in favor? Any opposed? Do we have a mover? Let's say it's Ferguson and Green. All in favor? Carried. No opposed. On 5-7, if I can pass the chair to you, Councillor Johnson.
Please go ahead, Councillor Farr.
This just came yesterday. I tried very hard to get a hold of our chair last week. We played phone tag, and then he's off for 2 weeks on holiday. Susie's here now. I haven't had a chance to talk to Susie. Through you, Chair, third paragraph to our director of the BIA. It says here in this correspondence, I have just had a chance. In fact, the reason for the choppy start here as chair was because I'm trying to read this and do the procedural stuff at the same time. So I haven't even gone through all of this, but there's a line here, Susie, if you can help me. There's been some discussion, this is from International Village Business Improvement Area, and this is correspondence that came yesterday. There's been some discussion and confusion as to whether this project will in fact go forward due to a vote by council regarding funding of the project pending in the fall.
There's no motion.
There's an affirmation motion. So what is that? What are you trying to, what's the board telling us there? And I apologize, I think I missed the last board meeting, so maybe this was discussed then?
Well, what we're saying is that there is confusion from the businesses within our BIA as to whether this is going ahead. I think there's confusion over social media, over the media, as to whether this project is indeed going to happen. So this is what we're saying.
Okay, so you know, being a member of this team, that it's happening?
I know
Through you,
that.
Chair? So as the director, would you not tell them, I'm on the implementation team?
Of course I am. Of course I
Okay.
do. But there is confusion, not only from members of the BIA, but from board members of the BIA, based on what we read and hear in the media, that this is in fact happening.
I wish I could control what you read and hear in the media, believe me, but I can't, and I would never want to, I guess. Through you, Chair. You even say here, and again, I had a tough time trying to throw the meeting on and get it started and read this at the same time, but it says that you have worked closely with the City of Hamilton and Metrolink and LRT staff and appreciate the constant interaction. This is from International Village. So through you, Chair, to Susie, it's not a question of receiving mixed messages from staff or LRT or this committee. It's what you're seeing and reading in newspapers and hearing third party.
Yes, I mean, we work
Okay.
closely with the city, we work closely with you as our councilman as well, but what we're hearing from across the city is some confusion. What we need to hear is that LRT is happening 100% from whoever that may be, and then we can all carry on. That's the
Okay.
point of our message.
Councillor Farr?
So I hope the media got that message, and the headlines tomorrow are LRT is happening 100%. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
I
Councillor
will,
Whitehead.
I will give you the chair, Councillor Farr.
Can I ask staff, because, I mean, this is an implementation committee based on an MOU that was signed that we're obligated to fulfill. But it's also my understanding that, for example, if the data comes back and the ridership doesn't justify the operating cost and the operating maintenance and life cycle cost, we're not signing a blank check here. So,
We're not signing a check.
so, well, we don't know. You know, respect is a good thing around this horseshoe.
Yeah, right.
So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have that detail. And then once all that information comes forward and recognizes that it could become an albatross, are we now obligated at this point for the LRT?
The hypothetical albatross, are we obligated, is the question.
So through the chair, the best way to answer, I think, the councillor is what was in the memorandum of agreement, which was that we were setting up how we would be working together to build the LRT in Hamilton. But within that MOA is a statement that there are a number of definitive agreements, as they're termed in the MOA, that come forward for a variety of approvals. You have done some of that. You approved very recently, for instance, our real estate protocol. This allows us to staff up the real estate work that is happening and will allow Metrolinx to enter into purchase of property as required along the line. So some of those things are already happening. One of them that you've mentioned is the operating and maintenance agreement, which would be coming, as I've mentioned in the past, probably in the next 8 months to a year is sort of the time frame we're looking at. Much of that is going to be driven by the design, which doesn't get finalized until the very early part of 2017. So to read order form, the MOA states that we're off and running. We understand what the relationship is between the city and Metrolinx to build this project, but there are definitive agreements that need to come back for ratification and approval.
And my question is, have we obligated ourselves to build the LRT at this point in time, or is there an off-ramp in the next number of months? I'm asking if that's, you've indicated is done, is a done deal. I've been told by staff it's not, so I want to get clarification for the media. Is this a done deal?
So through the chair to the councillor, the intent that the MOA sets out is that we are going to build this project together. And that is certainly the intent that's there. But you're quite right. It's impossible at this stage to talk about the hypothetical realities of this. I can tell you that the provincial government, and through the provincial government to Metrolinx, their agency that's working with us, they're well aware of all of those, the ways those agreements need to be worked together so that we can have a successful project. So the intent was clearly laid out, by this council in its direction a year ago in August, and continued with the MOA. But those finer grain detail pieces do have to come back to council. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, again, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try one more time, and maybe I can ask for the city manager. Because obviously, he is the senior staff person for all the staff. Council ultimately has authority, as we can appreciate. If the reports come back and it shows that there's going to be a greater burden based on unexpected lower riderships, higher operating cost, and maybe even other unforeseeables when we're digging at the granular level, are we now saying that we, as a council, are obligated to build it regardless?
So again, through the chair, dealing with, I don't generally like to deal with hypotheticals, but I think what you're saying, if the blank check is so substantial that it would result in it crippling our organization, and by that I mean, severely impacting the overall transit system, your question is, can we back out? I don't know if there's any specific clause in the MOA that specifically says that we can back out. I don't recall there being anything saying. But I think so to answer your question, nothing's a done deal. I think everything here is intended to, and I think in good faith, to work with the province of Ontario to implement the LRT. And that's exactly, and I noticed the chair is repeating that statement over and over and over, and that we are here, I think, in day-to-day activity to implement the LRT. That's exactly what staff have been directed to do that works in this office. So I think, in good faith, that's what we're doing. If I can't cast my thinking far enough into the future to say that the cost of operating this thing is going to be exorbitant. My gut tells me it's not going to be, tens of millions of dollars. But until we have the facts in front of us, I can't give you a specific number that I can hang my hat on with proof. So, is there going to be some cost? I suspect there will be. Is it going to be exorbitant? I doubt it. Will it be something that will absolutely bring the remainder of the transit system to its knees? I doubt it strongly. So, what that exact number is, we don't know right now. So, that's kind of where we're at. I see you shaking your head, so I'm not quite sure.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I understand the answers that are being provided. But it's a very simple question that was asked.
Yeah.
Does the council at any time in this process have the authority to say no?
And I think I answered it. So, and again, through the chair, at any point in time, the council can change its mind.
Thank you.
Like anything, as for any issue we deal with. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Farr. Councillor Whitehead asks a very interesting question. Can we back out? And based on my knowledge of the relevant law, based on my reading of the Memorandum of Agreement, it's clear to me that it would be irresponsible and wrong to give a simple answer to the good councillor's simple question. There is no simple answer to the question, can we back out? That is because the arrangement we've entered into with Metrolinx, as detailed at significant length in our Memorandum of Agreement, is something like a marriage. Marriage is extremely complicated. The legal dissolution of marriage is a very intricate process. We as a municipality, as Councillor Whitehead knows, as everybody in the room knows, the City of Hamilton is a creature of the province. Pursuant to constitutional law, the province of Ontario can legislate our municipality out of existence if it so chooses. Needless to say, the province has no such intention. Premier Wynne, through you, Mr. Chair, has made it very clear that she wants to work with this municipality and wants the municipality's consent, wants the municipality's blessing. Indeed, she suggested that it's a requirement for the project in her understanding that she and her government enjoy the municipality's blessing before the project go forward. So that's one key ingredient we need to keep in mind. Yet another was brought to our attention yesterday, Mr. Chair, further to this idea of consent in marriage and cooperation in legal marriage. Patrick Brown, the leader of the Conservative Party, visited the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce and said that should he become Premier of Ontario at any point, he will continue to support the LRT, like Premier Wynne and following her lead, if the City of Hamilton asks him to continue in that support. These are key indications from the province that both of the main parties in the province value the City of Hamilton's consent, but it does nothing to change the underlying point, which is we are in this thing together, and dissolving this union we've created will be no simple matter. Can we divorce? Can we walk away? Yes, we can. But like anyone contemplating divorce, I would urge that person to think about things very carefully, because once married, that partner tends to be in your life for the rest of your life, and there's no backing out of things easily. Thank you very much.
I have Councillor Ferguson, I have Susie, and then second time Whitehead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we've been having this debate for a number of years now. We've gone through lots of gates to get as far as we've got. 3 years ago, there was a resolution that we support LRT, provided we get 100% funding from the province. The province has said we have 100% funding. This train has left the station. What we need to do is focus our energies now on how we can make the construction less inconvenient for the businesses along the route. There's no question they're impacted, and we need to focus our energies on there. And I tell you, this is the kind of crap that gets you in trouble on schedule, because you're going to get distracted. I don't know why we're even reconsidering this thing or having a reconfirmation, because the council's already decided. Yes, we're going. Yes, you can get out of anything. You just got to pay for it. And there's been a lot of money spent on this project so far. I was the proponent on the successful bid for Ottawa LRT. They went through the exact same process, canceled it, made a ton of money as a contractor because they canceled our contract. But a few years later, they put it back in again. And so please, let's not go down that track. Let's go down King Street, get this thing built. Let's make this right for the businesses along the route. And at the end of the day, the businesses, I suspect, are going to do well, just like we saw on the news clip last night on Concession Street. There was a lot of angst then, but we had, the right staff on that job to make the inconvenience to the businesses as soft as we could. But now they say it's never been better. We're going to have the same thing here. To get weak kneed at this time is sending a very bad message out to our community. We even got our BIA confused now, even though we've already approved it. So yes, you can get out. It's just going to cost you a ton of money, because I've been the recipient of some of that money in my previous life. But let's start putting our energy to doing the right things and keep this project on schedule, and let's make sure we're in the ground by June of 2018, before the next provincial election, and it could be put at risk at that level. Although I agree, Patrick Brown did come out publicly this morning and state that he supports it. And so a majority of council supported this, some didn't, but that's democracy, majority rules. So please, can we just get on with the agenda and advance the schedule on this thing and exceed people's expectations and get it done on time and on budget? Thank you.
Susie.
Through you, Chair, I would like to thank the Deputy Mayor for that statement. I think all we're trying to look for from this is some solid answers. We have to prepare our businesses for the biggest construction project of our lifetimes on King Street. We need to know why it's going on King Street. We need facts for that. A lot of people are asking for reports that I realize aren't ready yet, will come. And we also need to know that this is going ahead. People are going to be renewing their leases or not, whatever they choose to do. I mean, now is the time. The shovels are going in the ground 3 to 3.5 years from now. And from a BIA standpoint, we are not politicians. We're not here to say yes or no. What we need to do is relay as much information, proper information, to our members so that they can make the proper decisions as to whether they are going to move forward or not with this project. So what we need help from is from the top. We need help from our councillors, we need help from our mayor to do that. And that's all I'm saying in this letter, is that we need better leadership on this, and I think what you said, that's exactly what we need to hear.
First time, was that Aaron? Aaron.
Mr. Chairman, that's impossible. I realized I was going to stay as quiet as I could because the mayor and Keenan have agreed to meet with our board of directors on August the 10th as we formulate our final position, but the name of Patrick Brown was brought up. I moderated that meeting yesterday. I was there. And with the greatest of respect, I think I need to set the record straight. Quote, Patrick Brown, if the mayor and council say they want that investment to be in another transportation project, then it's incumbent on the province to be flexible on what is clear municipal will. So just to clear the record, thank you.
Was there not also a quote, though, from Patrick Brown referencing LRT, and do you have that, Aaron, if you don't mind me asking, just for to be further clear?
I'm going to read from that authority of all authorities, the newspaper article this morning.
Perfect, please do.
These are the direct quotes attributed to him. Being a former city councillor myself, he was in Barrie for several terms, as you know, I respect the autonomy of municipalities. If the mayor and council have stated very clearly that's where they want the provincial partnership to be, that's where it will be. Okay? He said in a wide-ranging blah, 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 and then he finished it, if the mayor and council say they want that investment to be in another transportation project, then it's incumbent on the province to be flexible on what is the clear municipal will.
Thanks, Aaron, very much. Appreciate that, and I'm sure it was a great event. Does anybody want to quote Andrea Horvath, just to...
Yeah, good idea.
Just to be fair.
Great.
I have second time, any first time
She's
speakers?
pro-LRT. Let the record show, Mr. Chair. Seriously, it's an important point.
Yeah, true. Andrea Horvath, our leader of the NDP, and Hamilton's MPP is also very supportive of LRT. Councillor.
Just contextually, Mr. Chair, the plan and the high concept plan that was passed by council over a number of years and a number of votes was a plan that had LRT going from a destination point, Eastgate, to McMaster University. A lot of the numbers that the IBI reports and all the subsequent reports relied on the data along that full line. There has been a change by the province, not by the city, in regards to their desire that is not consistent with the original plan that was passed by council. We have entered in the MOE, I appreciate that. But a lot of the numbers that have been provided to date in many of the reports are no longer relevant because you're dealing with a different configuration. We don't have a lot of the answers, so we're going in a bit blind in the sense that we're dealing with a complete different, not complete, but certainly a different configuration that is going to have impacts on ridership, will have impacts on operating, will have impacts on business, will have impacts on congestion, will have impacts on access to the LRT system, and yet, no one is acknowledging that we really are starting almost, not quite, because we have done some tertiary work originally on a different plan. And that is what concerns me, is because that isn't the plan that was ultimately supported by council. I have no problem going forward. I want to make sure it works. But to make it work, we better understand the good, bad, and the ugly. Because if you can't equate this in any way, then you're doing a disservice to the democracy. People want to know the good, the bad, and the ugly, and that an informed decision is arrived at with all that input and information on the table. Then democracy is served. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor. We're going to get to more input and valuable information soon, and hopefully the meat of our agenda educates most of us to a point where we can be a little more supportive. Arnie, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of the LRT implementation subcommittee. From my perspective, my understanding is that this is a living, breathing plan. At least that's my hope. Because as any good living, breathing plan, we're going to give it sustenance and oversight to ensure that it gets done the way everyone wants it to get done. And that is my hope, that it's not going, that's why we're all here around this table, to ensure that it's going to be not a set plan, that we're going to be doing it together as we go forward, and that it's going to change. And I expect that it's going to change, and that's why we're sitting around this table, because we know it's going to change. And things are going to change, but we have to give it that proper sustenance, and we have to give it that proper oversight. And that's what I'm hoping, why I'm here to be part of this committee with everyone. Thank you.
We appreciate your contribution for sure, Ernie. On 5-7, Donna. Sorry, Councillor Skelly, sorry about that.
Thank you, and it's just to follow up on Mr. Strubb's comments, and that is how much flexibility is there at this point? And maybe, Mr. Johnson, you could address that. I thought that the route is pretty much fixed. It's from point A to point B with the option, not the option now, I guess, the further line going to the new GO station, and it is on King Street, so there's really very little flexibility. Is that not true?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
So in that context, then, would you say that this isn't a living, breathing plan with an opportunity to have any sort of input to make changes along the way?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, I think within that corridor and within that route, lots of chance for change. You've seen it come out of this subcommittee where we've looked at stop locations actually in advance of going out to the public information centers. That will continue to be a dialogue and a discussion. I notice one of our delegations wants to talk about an additional stop. Pedestrian crossings, the traffic pieces in terms of intersections, those are all pieces along the way. Parking, loading, those are the kinds of things that there will be lots of opportunity to talk about potential solutions and also the challenges that are inherent with that, so we can take it back and have some solutions. So yes, there are some things which are not on the table because our environmental assessment process has to lay out what we're talking about and what we're gathering feedback on, but I think within the project scope is listed for you and was approved last summer. Still lots of room for input and dialogue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to actually state that I was going to bring up what Paul said, but through you, just to staff, Paul, I think you're doing a fantastic job in the work that you're doing and being able to navigate this. I know I said it in the last committee meeting. I'm going to say it again here publicly today. Oftentimes I'm about to ring in and say something in response, but you often cover the bases because you and your staff are working on this full time and are probably the best positioned and most informed on this. So I certainly appreciate the fullness and comprehensiveness of your responses. Thank you.
On item 5.7, moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? That's carried. On item 5.8, this motion to receive item 5.8, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? That's carried. Can I just please just make sure 5.8, Sherman Hub Community Plan. Okay, on to delegation 6.1. Mary, thank you for your patience. Sorry for calling you up too early there. I was trying to do too many things at once. From Deningers Limited, your delegation, and then we'll probably have a few questions for you following that.
Thank you, Councillor Farr and or Chair Farr. I understand I have 5 minutes, so I'll try to talk fast. But it's not just Deningers that is part of this. It's Thompson Pawnbrokers and Black Forest Inn. Unfortunately, Wolfgang Schoen is not here, was not able to make it, but we'll make the presentation on his behalf. First of all, I'm going to say something that will probably shock everybody, and that's we're in favor of the LRT project for Hamilton. It's just a question of the route, and specifically Main Street versus King Street. By the way, there's a handout. I don't know who's got it, Lori. They've all got it. Okay, there's a complete handout. There was an information report which is included in Lori's package, which dates back to April 2nd, 2009, which on page 3 contemplated 5 different alternatives for the route and did not conclude on the preferred route. On page 6, if I could just read it, it says, overall, there was support for the implementation of rapid transit and more specifically LRT, although there did not appear to be a specific preference for one routing alternative over the other at this time. The corridor property owners, and we have 3 of them represented here, are cautious and concerned about impacts to their businesses and properties, particularly during the various construction phases and early transition years of rapid transit in Hamilton. It goes on to say, the next steps, the Metrolinx benefits case analysis for Hamilton will undertake a comprehensive review of all viable routing alternatives for both LRT and BRT rapid transit in spring 2009. So the next report that came out, and this is 60 pages long, so I've only included the cover page and the next page of this, is the Hamilton King Main Benefits Analysis. This came out, it's a Metrolinx report, came out in February 2010. And the name is really a bit of a misnomer because what it does is it compares BRT, LRT, and phased-in LRT, but it assumes it's along King Street. It does not do the comparison to, is it better down Main Street or King Street? And that would really, and it really has to include that to do the complete economic analysis of the 2 routes. The study linking these 2 reports, which was asked for in the information report, does not appear to have exist, which would include the cost-benefit analysis that I spoke of, King Street versus Main Street, Main Street being a more institutional street than King Street, which involves a lot of retail trade. We depend on walk-up and drive-up traffic for our very livelihood. And I mean, we're concerned about the impact of our sales and of our employees during this period of time and whether or not our businesses, the businesses in this corridor, will survive. The shorter route, Main Street's a half a kilometer shorter than Main Street. There's got to be a cost associated with that. And the possible use with widening and reinforcing of the Main Street Bridge over the Highway 403 rather than building a dedicated LRT bridge. We've asked for this report from city staff at a information meeting at the Tiger Cat office on June 15th. Unfortunately, nothing was forthcoming. And there were 2 articles in the Spectator, the June 14th article, which was by Matthew Van Donegan, and the June 20th article by Andrew Dreschel, really identified this gap. Both articles refer to the information report and also internal city staffers considering and rejecting the Main Street route before making a recommendation to council. Little documentation on why, though. We met with Councillor Farr and with City and Metrolinx staffers. I see Paul here, I see Andrew here, I see Kelly here. And that was on June the 22nd. And we confirmed the following, that there was no report, no cost-benefit analysis that did compare the 2 routes between Delta and Dundurn. We also agreed that the economic benefits of both of either route would be the same because of the proximity of the 2 routes to each other. We agreed that Main Street was half a kilometer shorter than King Street. And there's also a pinch point on King Street, right between Spring and Ferguson. And the difference in the wideness of King Street versus Main Street is actually 11 feet. Everybody's talking about 1.5 meters, but 11 feet or 3.4 meters. We measured it, so we know that. And also the issue of the bridge. Is it cheaper to widen and reinforce, or is it better to build a dedicated bridge? And lastly, we were told that the project is so far along that we can't change it now. The issue has really been in the press for at least 2010, and again, there's another article that we dug up from the Spectator from January 2010, and these same questions are being asked. question answered, though, I don't think, and the answers aren't forthcoming. So in conclusion, because I know I only have the 5 minutes, the LRT project at $1 billion is the single largest infrastructure project, as has been said previously in this meeting, that's ever been undertaken in the city of Hamilton. The stadium at $142 million pales in comparison. As affected businesses in the proposed construction area, and this LRT is going to be with us for generations. We're not talking, something that's a short-term issue. As the affected businesses, we believe that the proper cost-benefit analysis of the Main versus King route should be done. I mean, what's a year or so when we're talking a generation or two, which is the effect of this, before any further work continues? Hamilton should do it once and do it right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor. We do have a few people interested in asking questions. Councillor Whitehead, followed by Councillor Ferguson, and I'll have myself on the list.
Thank you for those questions, and I can tell you that even from day one, I was a bit confused by the selection of King Street versus Main Street. And I've seen you've done some of your homework. So clearly, on an uplift point of view, because of the overarching uplift influence around the stations, it encompasses Main Street and King Street, so there isn't any difference. I think Metrolinx and our staff will concur that there isn't any difference in uplift. We also know that there's over 480 heritage properties on King versus 260 on Main, which in itself, as took 4 years, for example, in Gore Park to deal with the heritage issue, could be somewhat problematic in regards to getting even a greater level of uplift. But you brought a couple interesting points together. 500 meters, is my understanding, is the differential in distance between Main and King. That's what you're referring to. And you had indicated you haven't got any cost on that from staff, on what that 500 meters would cost?
Doesn't appear to be. We've asked the question.
You haven't got the answer.
Yeah. Is it cheaper to build a shorter route or a longer route?
Well, I did get an answer, so can I ask, or is that possible, or do I have the latitude? Because I asked those point-blank questions, and I got the answers, so I don't think I should be privy to that answer alone. So could I ask to the chair, to Paul, who, by the way, I believe is also doing an excellent job, answer the question on what the estimated cost of that 500 additional meters is?
Through the chair to the councillor, we've sometimes talked in generalities about, the short answer is we don't know because we haven't done any work on that. And if you simply divide out costing along a 13-kilometer route at $1 billion and factor out things like the maintenance and storage facility that you would need no matter what, you can get down to an order of magnitude number, but the short answer is we don't know. There is no existing EA along Main Street, whereas there is along King Street. So some of the update work we're doing with the new alignment is basically building on work that has already been done. So we did talk a little bit about potential cost, but we have no idea on the bridge cost in terms of remediation across the 403, and can't speculate on that until we would do that kind of work. Whereas we have some initial costings on the LRT only bridge. So there are order of magnitude numbers around there, and you could look at somewhere in the neighborhood of close to $50 million might be one, but I would caution to say that that is a complete division of sections of track and length of track as opposed to actually going underground. We have no idea on the utility relocation along Main Street, so we would have to do that work to get some of those answers, because that's how we built the costing model of the 800 and so million that was in the original EA, which was then updated to $1 billion in the announcement.
So I appreciate that. The number I was given was between $25 and $30 million for that 500 meter, and that again, as with lots of caveats. But that was the ballpark figure that I was given. I was also given for the bridge that they're building at King Street was $35 million. So on King Street alone, you're now looking at 35 plus a 25 or even 30. You're looking close to $50 million potentially, or 60 million, sorry, more for that route on King Street. Now.
Potentially, with lots of caveats, just to quote you, back to you.
Absolutely. I want to acknowledge that there's always variables, but this is important information for a delegation who's coming and looking for an answer needs to have. And I know because I've been pushing this. And I want to tell you, the staff has been great. In fact, I've been working with Paul Johnson. We've been working on a motion. Now, we might want to revisit how that motion will look, and that's a discussion we probably need at council, because now that the Conservatives are inside in regards to the continuation of the funding for the program here in Hamilton, you don't have the same time crunch as we originally had that sort of boxes in and trying to get the tender out immediately, and therefore anything we do further due diligence could be seen as delaying or obfuscating or getting in the way of doing the project. But your point is, we only got one chance to do this right. And your point is, this is a generational decision, and we owe it to this community better understand why King Street is better than Main. Is that your?
That's correct.
You think that-
That's the whole point of the three businesses talking to the subcommittee on this, correct?
I think that all empirical data out, because I think we sort of talked about it needs to be flushed out and there are variables, but we know that that has to be worked on. That the rationale that this is the heart of the city and that's why it should go out, never mind the empirical data, is strong enough rationale to put it down King Street?
I think you have to look at the, I call it, or we call it collateral damage, as to what is the most effective way of doing this with the least amount of disruption. And again, you look at the businesses that exist on the King Street corridor. We're retail businesses. We depend on walk-up and drive-up trade. If that doesn't happen, our sales are going to be affected. Some will go out of business. Hours are going to be cut. It's just, it'll be a difficult situation.
I appreciate.
Our very survival will be at risk.
So two things to, again, put it on public record. You support the concept of LRT, yes or no?
Yes, we support it.
So you are a supporter, but you have concerns about the alignment.
Correct.
And you'd like the city to do their due diligence
Correct.
before ultimately implementing the project.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mary, thanks for coming in today. And
Well, thank you for getting us,
Amazing
allow us to speak.
well, you run an amazing business, so we have to listen to you.
Thank you.
And, one of my favorite places when the clerks give us time is to walk over to Jackson Square and have lunch at Denninger's. Sausage, goulash is second to none. So,
Glad to hear you're a customer.
and thanks for sticking with Hamilton, particularly downtown during the tough years. You've been here a long time.
62, actually, the three businesses, Councillor Ferguson, are a combined total of 158 years. And I probably forgot to add that we collectively employ over 100 people. And we've been through the ups and downs of King Street, and there certainly have been the downs over the years.
Yeah, I know you haven't. People like Gord Thompson and yourself and Main Street.
And Troy's here.
I know, I saw Troy.
Yeah.
I beat him at golf once in a while, but
Yep.
not very often. But you've been a mainstay of downtown, and I'm glad you have speaking up today and have a voice. Sounds like you say there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered. Sounds like your main question through you, Mr. Chair, is Main versus.
That's correct.
If you give me the latitude, I know you give Councilor Paul. I know we had discussions years ago about Main versus King. Do you recall those discussions, or can you tell us why we picked King over Main?
So through the chair to the councillor, there were several discussions. There were actually council workshops where questions were asked about Main versus King, for sure, and I think Councillor Whitehead has described that. There were presentations that were made to the community and to council. Did actually come across just the other day a slide deck in the archives that talked about Main versus King. I think the point is that a seminal document that sits there at 60 pages or whatever else and answers some of the questions that have been answered weren't there. There was a technical working team that you struck in the city that crossed a bunch of departments that looked at this. I can tell you that the main technical reason for King versus Main was about traffic, and it was about truck routes. That the movement of traffic off the 403 at Main onto the eastbound collector, which is Main Street, is of significant concern not only to the city and our traffic folks, but also to the Ministry of Transportation. So that was one of the key reasons. There weren't as many alternatives in terms of that eastbound collector, and Main Street is a truck route, whereas parts of King Street, of course, are not a truck route. So that was one of the major technical reasons. The rest of the reasons, as Mary has pointed out, a lot of it is a wash. This was always a corridor, if you go back to the official plan days. So it's always about, along this corridor, we're protecting for rapid transit in the future. So there were conversations. I think it's important to the staff who worked on this project. I was not one of them. In fact, I was not an employee of the city when many of these discussions happened in 2009 and into early 2010. In support of those staff that did this, there was a lot of work done and a lot of conversations and presentations on it. The point is well raised that there isn't that document that shows all of those pieces laid out in the way that some would want.
Okay, and I also recall that Main Street was one way east and our truck route, and one way west was Cannon Street, which give you the alternatives for particularly the trucking community and the commuters to use. And thank you for that, Paul. To you back to Mary. Mary, you mentioned the extra 500 meters. You know there's going to be significant, I know it's going to be hell through the construction, but the economic uptake that I saw, and really that changed my mind, is when I visited 3 cities that have put in LRT. And you know, it struck me, for example, when I was in Charlotte, that we took a ride down and derelict old buildings on both sides, but you could see the redevelopment starting. I'm not saying King Street's derelict, but it could use a face uplift. Our planning department's going to go through a process now to allow higher density on King Street once this is in. And King Street can handle that. So there may be an extra cost for that 500 meters, but there's another 500 meters where we can have the economic uptick. And we've seen it already happening where downtown is being renewed. It's going. And a good test of that you can't challenge is the assessed value of the properties. And we saw, you know, a 35% increase in the north end of the city, where Ancaster was only up 20, as an example, in appraised value that just come out from impact. And we want to do more of that and relieve that tax load that we're seeing, particularly in the suburban areas, where it's gone the other way for decades. Urban areas got hit with the economic load of appraisals. Also, I think you know that this will not be on the backs of the residential taxpayer, the business taxpayers here in Hamilton. It's being funded by the province. And so while it may cost extra, there's no cost to the local taxpayer. It is to the province, and I get it that there's only one taxpayer. However, the province, if they don't spend it, the $1 billion here, they'll spend it somewhere else. I mean, I think there's $15 billion they've already put into Toronto, so they'll make it 16 if we don't have it invested here in Hamilton. And you know, I've got to think the province is going to say, but what are they smoking over there when they're offering them $1 billion and they're questioning that? So on the distance, I think it's offset by the increase in the uptake of the assessments, and it is funded 100% by the province. But my main question to you, Mary, is what can this committee do and what can council do to assist you during the construction, which is going to be the difficult time?
Well, first of all, thank you for your answers there. On the economic uplift, if I could just speak to that for a second, Chairperson? Yeah, and I'll get to your answer. I'll get to your question. The economic uplift is going to be the same regardless of which route it would be on, because Main and King, for most of that route, are only 1 block apart. So that's what I'm.
I fully understand that. I was talking the extra 500 meters.
Doesn't matter because it's a block apart. It's transparent. As far as Troy, do you want to answer that question? What can the city do to help us? Probably free taxes.
Well, let me give you a caveat to that
negative
question.
taxes. I don't know. I mean,
we'll never be able to do another capital project if we start giving compensation.
Yeah.
And so if we have to build that into the cost of capital projects, we'll be out of the business of fixing our roads. And so apart from compensation or tax holiday, what else can we do? Do you need shuttle buses? Do you need shuttle carts? Do you need access from the rear, the alleyways cleaned up? Is there anything we can do to make it easier for you? Because we owe you that.
We're looking at a prolonged construction period where our sales are going to be very adversely affected. If I could speak to just the Denningers case in, I think it was 2003, 2004, when Upper James was widened with a center turn lane. Our sales in that store, because of the difficulty of getting to the store, were down 30%. That was one construction period. We were able to weather that storm. You can't weather that storm if we're looking at more than, if you're looking at an extended construction period. Our storefront and the storefront of Thompson's and of the Black Forest are King Street. We need people to be able to get down King Street.
So make it easier for the walk-ins.
Not with construction and dust and, whatever. Their cars have to get down there. If you look at the Waterloo project, which they've ripped up 19 kilometers all at once, it's a very, very difficult situation for those businesses there. A lot of that street is institutional. I've walked up and down it to see it, but when you talk to the businesses, they're having a very, very difficult time. So, do we still have to pay taxes during this time when our revenue's down by potentially 30%? Because that's what the businesses we talked to in Waterloo were down. We don't have a Main Street entrance for our store? Do we get some help trying to do that?
And Mary, you don't have to answer that question now. You can actually write to us later.
Yeah, and we will. And actually, we will, because we don't have full council here, but the three businesses will write on this topic.
What we can do to make it more,
Yeah.
I know it's not easy. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be a very difficult
Your
situation.
property would probably be worth a lot more, looking at other examples.
If we survive it.
Once it's finished, if you survive it, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we get that part. So let us know what we can do to help you during that construction period. I'd like to see what we can do to assist, particularly through that international village, because it is a choke point, it is a narrow point, you're going to have difficulty moving vehicles down. The other thing too, I would hope, Paul, that they're not going to put a backhoe down at Queenston Road and let it dig till we get to McMaster University without coming up behind with the finished construction. We're not going to open it up end to end and then wait till everything's excavated, then we do the sewers, then we come back and do the water main, then we come back and build the track. We'll progress down the road with that.
Waterloo's been torn up for 3 years now.
I know, I've heard that.
And
But
it's,
through you to Paul, or maybe the Metrolinx people that are here.
Through the chair to the councillor, while construction schedule is actually part of the bid process, we can actually build some of that in to the PSOS work, and we will. And we've been very clear from the city side to Metrolinx that our expectation is not to have the entire corridor ripped up, but to do some phasing. In terms of the linear phasing of it, I doubt it would happen that way. You go where the work is toughest first because some of the underground infrastructure is going to be difficult and require more time than in other sections. But, it's not 13 kilometers opened up for 5 years so that it's easy, just easy for the consortium. We'll put some of that actually in PSOS, is our hope, and we've indicated that to Metrolinx.
Yeah, and after the stadium experience, I hope we're going to put hard and fast completion dates with very serious consequences if they don't hit those. And from my experience at the stadium, my experience in the private sector, I'll be asking lots of tough questions around staging because I did that all my life. We would close the 401 right across the top of Toronto and believe you had to manage staging there to keep traffic flowing. So once again, if you can just get back to us what we can do to make life easier for Denningers.
Change the route.
Other businesses, maybe through the BIA, to make it more palatable. But we're probably not on to do compensation because then every other future project we do, the businesses will be doing requesting the exact same thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have myself on the list. I will pass the chair to you, Councillor Green. Mary, sorry, I just have one question for you, and then just to follow up on a few things I've heard. to staff, but we had a good conversation. I tried to get as much of what we've just heard from Councillor Ferguson in when we did meet. I was making a pledge, if you will, that, you know, anything and everything we can do. I also, quite frankly, and I'll say this on the record, shared with you near the end of our hour-long get-together in room 264, that if you were looking to switch from the B line from King to Main, you'd have to look at some other elected official. That I've been working on this for some time, and I think we had a very good, respectful conversation.
You were quite honest about that, yes, absolutely.
And I'm glad we had that conversation. I also said things similar to Councillor Ferguson's comments about the faith we have in Denninger's and the products you sell, and Black Forest. I'd walk through a hailstorm in my face 5 miles there and back to eat at the Black Forest, and forget drive, forget park right in front, and I would do that on a weekly basis. So I got a lot of faith that they will survive, but I also at the same time very, very much as the elected official in downtown appreciate where you're coming from and your concerns. And the one thing I didn't ask you in that meeting, and we're not through talking, you and I and your group, the entrance you have on Main. So you're supportive of LRT, but you like the idea of at least Main being looked at, but Main is more in line for you and your business than King Street is. And you don't have to reiterate the reasons why. You've already shared them here today and they're in your copy. Your entrance on Main, though, would not be affected as greatly as your entrance on King, because you've got that vast parking lot and people can get at you from both.
That is our opinion.
That's your
Yes.
opinion? Do you have substantiated documentation on that? I know you're talking about collateral damage that King can cause. You're saying here today that Main would not cause you collateral
Main
damage.
will cause some collateral damage for us personally.
Right.
But we don't think it's going to be as great, and at least we could survive it.
Do you today see much more people pulling into Denninger's coming from the east end, or people pulling into your downtown Denninger's coming from the west
Our
end?
main entrance is through King Street.
Okay, so more customers of yours are from East End.
That's what
as
they're used
opposed
to.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I actually have a few questions follow-up for staff. I forgot about that. You still have to stay there. Patrick Brown. He's the leader of the Conservatives, and he, at a press conference yesterday, as party leader, made the comments that we heard about, that when is the next provincial election? Anybody on staff?
Through the chair, it's June of 2018.
Okay, and the current leader, who stole, I think, 10 seats away from the Conservatives in 2010, has already made the pledge. The commitment now for $1 billion for this project is in play, which is why we're here. Is that correct?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. And then finally, one of the things we did talk about, and I appreciate Andrew from Metrolinx and your staff, and Paul and your staff, and Kelly and others, and Dave was there when we met with the 3 business owners from International Village. We talked about, and maybe Kelly can come down for this if Paul doesn't remember, Main Street and Cannon, and you mentioned truck routes, but these are arterials, definitive arterials in our core. King Street is something else altogether, as per a mandate of councils past. King Street is and has been for some time, and I think it's 2009 through you to Kelly or Paul, defined as not an arterial, but we're planning for the future of King as a higher order, multimodal, pedestrianized type of street. You, City Manager Murray or Kelly, if you can identify maybe the report for people, just to show another reason why for some time now, and how we continue to look at the King Main. It's also Main, which is another reference I can make to your April 2nd, 2009 report. The confusion, I think, when you see on the report the King versus Main, it's a King Main route as it stands right now. Main is part of the route. What we were analyzing then, to my understanding, was we were analyzing BRT versus LRT on that proposed route. It wasn't about analyzing King and Main as 2 different things. So maybe you can get clarity on that. And what is, how are we defining and through what mandate of councils past King Street?
Through the chair. So let's start with the question that I had in my head first, and then I'll try and get to the other ones. Putting people first was the downtown secondary plan in 2008. And it identified, this was pre some of the work we did on the environmental assessment on LRT, but in that report, Main and Cannon were identified as really what we call through streets, and King Street and York Boulevard were identified as key streets that run through the downtown proper, as the report indicated. King Street and York Boulevard were identified as more pedestrian-focused streets, which would also cater to higher-order transit. And so that's where that reference came from, and so that's some of the pre-work. In terms of the routing, as I've mentioned, there were many conversations and many presentations around this, and the staff group that worked through this did create a sense of where that proposed route would go. Really, the seminal moment came when council agreed that staff would work on, it's called TPAP, Transit Project Assessment Process. It's an EA process, and actually authorized the submission of the environmental project report. And that happened in 2011. And the approval from the province happened in 2011 on that original EA. And that's why when we talk about the EA work now, we're actually using the term, you'll hear all the time, is it's an EA addendum. It's not actually a brand new project. We're actually updating and doing the additional work we need to do because of the changes to that original piece. So I would say if you want a moment in time where the route was defined, it's when we spent, a few $1 million actually doing the design and technical work with our consultant, Steer Davies Gleave, on the original EA.
What was the date of that again? 2011?
We got approval in December of 2011, if I'm not mistaken.
I will take the chair back, please. Thank you. Somebody else?
He's second time, I'm first time.
Green, and then Councillor Skelly first time, and then Councillor Whitehead a second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mary, you and I spoke briefly at the Mayor's Chamber of Commerce. And
You remember.
You brought up a couple of great points. I know Councillor Farr has already covered off the Main versus King with regards to your parking space. But you mentioned all three are property owners, is that correct?
That is correct.
And they're all, for the most part, two of the three are on the south side of the street. So proximity to Main or King for them is going to be the same. The Black Forest Inn being on the other side is a little bit different in terms of the impact that a Main Street construction might have.
I can't speak for Troy, who's in the audience here, but I don't know if you have access to Main Street.
So, but you brought up a great point, which was the construction on Upper James. And you mentioned the dip in sales, the very tough time that you had there. Would you care to reference on the sales after the right or in the left-hand turning lanes came in? Was there a bump in, I can only imagine now being able to turn in to that strip mall that there's probably been an improvement in sales in the years subsequent to that construction?
It's tough to compare because that was a relatively new store at that time. And as anybody who's been in business for a while, it takes years to build a business. So it was a lot of very, very steady, hard work to build the business. Things just don't rebound because when you have your customers that cannot access your property, they start to go somewhere else. And the competition is very, very intense in the food business.
I can appreciate that, but just from a very practical perspective.
Yeah, I can't give you an answer.
Turn into your strip mall, you're suggesting did not help. How's the business doing now? How can I ask that?
We're managing.
I lived around the corner, and so that was my local Denninger's there on that strip, and it just seemed to me intuitively as one of your past customers there that being able to turn on a very busy street like that certainly would be helpful for business. But I do certainly appreciate the concerns that you bring up. And you also recognized, of course, that in that construction phase, as with any road construction, be it Concession Street or Upper James or any of the other road infrastructures, that there are those challenges. But the one question I will have, when they did that construction project, how many years in advance did you have to prepare for that?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Thank you.
Couldn't answer that question.
And Councillor Whitehead.
I was interesting, and I didn't pick up on earlier, but you had talked about, you have talked to businesses. In fact, I was listening on the radio on the way here, 4 or 5 businesses that have gone out of business in Kitchener. Well, there's probably more, but it's just the 4 or 5 that we're focusing on. And you've indicated you've talked to some of the businesses. Have you learned about what went wrong with those particular projects that may be improved on here in the city of Hamilton that we should consider?
The businesses we talked to, the order of magnitude of their sales decrease were not out of line with what we experienced when the Upper James corridor was done. All three businesses expressed frustration with the process and how long things took and how their customers were denied access to the area, couldn't get to their businesses. It was just, they were just questioning as to why this was being done in the first place for these particular businesses.
Appreciate that.
They've been ripped up, the street has been ripped up, torn up for, I think, 3 years.
But I think one of the examples they said, when you have deep pockets like McDonald's and Tim Hortons closing a shop.
And when they go down in Swiss Chalet and I think a funeral home, and there's another, but the names of the
7-Eleven,
businesses
yeah.
that were rhymed off by these folks that we talked to, which I did not remember or recognize, so I don't remember it, the list was considerable.
So I will be asking staff at the appropriate time that it's always good for us to do the visit, talk to the businesses, look at how that process unfolded. And here's the question: as a taxpayer, somebody's invested in jobs in this community and provides an excellent commercial service. Do you think it's worth our while if, for example, we can't reconcile Main Street and King Street, and we end up sticking on King Street, whether we should take the extra steps, even though it might cost a little more, although we're spending $60 million on King anyway, more, to ensure that the way the construction unfolds, the argument will be there'll be a higher cost. But we need to absorb that cost to show sensitivity to the long-term businesses along these corridors that put their life savings, quite frankly, in investment in their businesses. Do you think that's a fair question to ask this council?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question, Councillor Whitehead.
So there's different approaches to construction.
Yep.
And I think we sort of heard phasing and staging, and there's certain things you have to do right away. I mean, I'm not as near to this as I can, but the constant argument I hear and the why they do it is because of economies of scale and so forth, and it's less expensive to do it in that way. It's best practices. But the best practice doesn't always take in consideration the carnage it leaves in regards to the businesses along those corridors. So the question, I'm looking for Hamilton to be creative, innovative, learn from lessons, and maybe understand there might be additional cost, but on the long run, it would be far greater for those people that made that investment and run those commercial businesses to have that greater access for pedestrian and even vehicle traffic by taking an innovative construction approach than what is currently the standard. And the reason I'm raising that because we know, for example, and I think Mr. Ferguson, Councillor Ferguson can testify to this, construction in certain areas have become very innovative. I mean, now they can replace bridges much more quickly than they once did because they basically build the bridge and then take the other one out and replace it with something that's pretty well pre-constructed. So there is innovative ways, and I think myself, and that's why I'm posing the question to you and all business along that corridor, should we take a step back, work with Metrolinx, work with the province or whoever the decision makers, and develop a plan that might contemplate, and we need to understand what that cost is, a plan that will put the business first along that corridor?
Well, I mean, I may not be answering your question, but first of all, I think what we should do is step back and do the cost-benefit analysis of Main versus King first. Maybe out of that cost-benefit analysis, there'll be something that Troy, Sonia, Mateus, myself, Wolfgang missed, that all of a sudden it'll make sense as to why it should be down King Street. But obviously, the longer a construction period, the more business is going to be impacted. And as I say, there's businesses along that area that we've talked to that are worried about their very survival. So once it's done, it's going to take years to build back. So why not make it a win-win for everybody? Run it down Main Street, which is the institutional street. Leave King Street alone. We're doing great. Thanks very much. We've got the bump outs, the traffic slowed down. We lived through that from, I'm told, 93 to 95 or whatever. And, you know, it's the city, that part of the city is rejuvenating right now. Why not try to leave that alone and run this somewhere down Main Street, the shorter route, the wider route?
Funny you say that, because when I first started with the mayor's office, I believe International Village vacancy rate was hovering around 60, pretty high percentage. I think it's even before Denninger made the major investment and recap there. But there's a significant vacancy, and when we made this construction and made significant investment along that corridor with the bump outs and so forth, over time we saw a rejuvenation in International Village, one that we can all be proud of. And I guess the concern would be if it's not broken.
Yeah.
It's not broken. It's actually working.
Don't try to fix it if it's not broken. Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, we're talking about the bump outs, but it's also a factor of what the economy is doing as well that causes businesses to go into a specific area. That's my personal opinion. And we have had a little bit of an upswing in Hamilton lately. So our businesses along King Street are more plentiful, and we have less of a vacancy rate. There's still the odd vacancy, but it's far less than it ever used to be. There's been some very real ups and downs on King Street over the last 62 years that Denningers has been there, and we've weathered that storm. We're just not sure whether we can weather an extended construction period here. Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Farr. Appreciate.
Have more questions. Sometimes answers and questions
I've got to get
spawn
back to work.
Well, we'll let you do that in a few minutes. Councillor Skelly, and then we're going to go to committee members, Susie, and then Kathy.
Thank you, Mary. Hopefully I won't keep you too long. When did you first discover, Mary, that the LRT was going to be on King Street?
I've just joined Denningers in January of this year. And although I've been a lifelong Hamiltonian and proud to be a Hamiltonian, I'll be honest with you, I worked in Mississauga. I didn't pay much attention to it because it really didn't affect me.
Okay.
And
do you know, perhaps I could...
So March was when it was first talked about. There was going to be a report coming out, and that's when I first became aware of it.
March of this year?
Yes.
If I may, through the chair to Paul, and Paul, again, I feel for you having to field all these questions, especially you're somewhat new to the role. When I suggest that businesses on the route were not really consulted, I'm saying it because I'm hearing that from business owners, and I'm wondering, and I'm not even hearing from committee members or from staff, how did you arrive on King over Main? I mean, it's a significant decision, and nobody seems to be able to come up with a clear answer to why we are building an LRT on King versus Main.
Can you reiterate the putting people first? Reiterate some of the answers that we've already heard, please, Paul, and
Well,
add
no,
whatever you like.
I've heard those answers, but I'm saying there's still no, from what I'm hearing through the chair, is that there was no cost analysis comparison between the two, and which I find odd if you're going to be building something of $1 billion and you haven't compared the cost of constructing the project on both routes. Did you factor in, for example, I see a friend of mine in the gallery, the number of historic designated buildings that you're going to have to perhaps acquire, and the impact of that on both routes? And you know, if we're struggling trying to find a real answer as we're sitting around this table, how, you know, I hear Mary ask 4 or 5 times, did you not? Why King over Maine? Nothing was sent to them. So why not, first of all, why didn't staff get back to Mary? What is the real, you know, if you could be very concise, reason why we're building this project on King over Maine? And if, we'll try with those 2 first.
So through the chair to the councillor, I was in the meeting and we did go over the key points that are continually referenced about why the King Street between the Delta and the 403 versus Main from the Delta to the 403. And those involve going back to planning documents, and the downtown secondary plan is one of those, that King Street was designated for more pedestrian, and you can see some of that work that's happened over the years, and for rapid transit. And the second piece was traffic. A clarity around movement of car traffic and a movement of truck traffic. So those were the 2 big technical pieces. There were lots of other discussions around this. In terms of costing out, to be honest, on a project of this scale, it isn't a number that at the stage we were at in those early pieces, you know, we didn't look at all the alternatives to find the cheapest route. We were costing out the route that had come together for other reasons. So that's one alternative we could have looked at, but we also didn't cost out any of the other routing options that were listed in the report that Mary referenced back in 2009. The detailed costing work is just that. It's very detailed. It is about looking at underground utilities and things of that nature. And so that work was done on the King Street route as part of the EA process. But at its core, although I know that the staff who are sitting around the table, I'm sure, are saying we had lots of conversations about a number of things, really what it boiled down to was we'd already made some planning decisions in the city about how this would look in the future. And then the second piece, which we continue to be very cognizant of, is how cars, bikes and pedestrians, of course, and trucks move around this city, and traffic, looking at the Main Street piece, is a key concern.
So through the chair then, Paul, you never really looked at a second route. It was King Street all along.
So through the chair to the councillor, I'm talking in the past of what was done. In terms of this current project, we were given direction to do this route. We have not explored alternative routes on Barton Street, on Burlington Street. We have simply looked at how we're going to implement the project as approved last August. So, you know, I've been talking about the past decisions and how that came to fruition just as a background, and Clerks I know has provided all that background information as well. But in terms of this project, if you're talking about since all of us just started less than a year ago, the answer is we have not done that deep dive analysis. What can come forward is the additional review we did when we started this project, just to ensure that nothing had changed fundamentally from 2011 to today in terms of anything along Main Street. And so the issues I've addressed were still in our minds, and so there was no rationale to come back with some other options.
Chris, did you want to speak to that as well?
Just, I guess, to add to what Paul is saying, I mean, when we signed off on the MOA, effectively we have a contract with Metrolinx to implement the LRT on the King Main corridor. That's the deal that we've struck with the province. And so I can, and I having been in Paul's position when I ran Red Hill, I certainly had to become familiar with all the history. In my case, 50 years, Paul's case, about 8 years. So we expect that when you're put in these positions that you have some regard for the past. But I think in terms of the going forward, and I respect the person at the podium thinking that, you know, if we could just set aside, you know, the work that we're doing right now, I think everyone here that's working on this project realizes the time frame that we're under right now is an extremely aggressive time frame.
Why is that?
Why is that? All the work that you need to do to take a project of this magnitude out to the market and fulfill all the planning. And just to give you some idea, we're doing corridors, zoning work, land value uplift and market study, traffic modeling, LRT operations, where we're looking at runtime, frequency of trains.
But what's the rush?
No, what I'm saying to you is that we have said, I think as staff on a number of occasions, that this is a very aggressive schedule that we have, that we're working with Metrolinx on. So if the idea was to stop the work, which would then, I think, go against what was understood in the MOA, and to undertake some additional work here, I don't think there's any possibility of us being able to meet the timeline or the schedule that we're on.
But Chris, through the chair, what's the rush?
We are, well, I think very clearly, the province is looking to award this contract before they go into the next election.
So this is purely political?
We have.
Call it
this
whatever you
committee-
want.
welcome
At
to
the
your
end of
first
the
meeting.
day-
We got a Gantt chart that Councillor Ferguson moved at a previous meeting prior to your election.
Mr. Chair?
There's,
Sorry.
there's an
Mr. Chair,
agenda here. You're
have you asked-
reviewing past agendas.
I don't know if this is proper
I
process.
don't think rush is
I'm
the.
asking,
The floor is here, not there.
I'm asking.
I have the chair. Just for clarity, I'm just offering clarity to the first-time visitor.
May I ask, through the chair, may I ask through to Chris? This is then a political, is this what this is? I mean, there's no timeline. The province isn't saying we're going to withdraw the money. They haven't said that. So why are we rushing? Is there any chance that we could take a breather and say, is there an opportunity for an alternate route or an alternate form of,
Yeah.
what is the rush,
Well,
other than a political decision?
I think we have reached an agreement between Metrolinx and the City of Hamilton to assemble these teams to undertake all the work necessary to bring a contract to market and have it awarded before we go to, before the province goes to the next election. So, I mean, call it whatever anyone wants to. That is the timeline that our resources are dedicated towards. And that is, so that implementation, all the work that is necessary to be able to take the project to market, see it awarded, there's a lot of work. And so those are the drums we're marching to suggest that somehow we can, and I'm not hearing any direction, but if there was direction given to the organization to look at these other matters, I would respectfully say that we should certainly keep Paul and his team working every day on the project as it was defined and as we agreed to through the MOA. And if you wish for the remainder of the organization to undertake whatever work you might want to regarding the questions that are being raised, that would be a way in which we could certainly honor our commitment to the province and if need be, find other information that helps to address some of the concerns that are being raised here. But I strongly caution you when it comes to the work that Paul and his team is doing in conjunction with Metrolinx. We really need them to stay focused on the task at hand, and that is to basically complete the work that they are doing right now to see that a LRT project is built where it was planned to be built, given the timeline that we're working towards here. So I think that's important to know that there's a commitment to a time, there's a commitment to a specific project, and I think some of the questions that are being raised, and certainly Councillor Whitehead's study, which I think at some point you will want to talk about. Sure, I mean, raise good questions. I mean, there was good questions raised during the course of the Red Hill. Certainly, though, at the end of the day, when I was being asked questions about why not Fruitland Road, we were pretty focused on Red Hill. I was very straight with people in terms of saying to them, no, our project is in Red Hill. We're going to complete it there. And I think what Councillor Ferguson is saying, if there's ways to mitigate some of the consequences of building a project like this, we're all ears. We want to design that into the project. We want to lessen the impact, realizing that you'll never fully lessen the impact of a project of this size during the construction. So that's, I think, at the end of the day, Paul's job is to implement, to find ways to mitigate the consequences of building an LRT on the main King corridor. Anything outside of that would be something, I think, if you wish it to be answered, if council wishes it to be answered, it'd be directed to the rest of the organization.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, though, that the timeline is really a political decision. We decided to have it shovel in the ground within 2 years because we're concerned about another election, and we've just heard from two. I'm sure we could contact Ms. Horvath and find out if the funding would remain in place, so there isn't really this this fear of the funding being pulled. Again, I want to go back to Paul and just ask, when I'm hearing from people like Mary about not getting responses, why have our businesses who have a direct, these are the people that are going to wear this over the next 5 or 6 or 7 years. These are the people who will be most impacted. Why are they not getting answers to questions that have been posed to them? Because this is what I'm hearing. There are too many unanswered questions, and we're not getting enough response from staff.
So through the chair to the councillor, if there's specifics, I'll follow up, and if we did miss and not provide an answer, then they have the apologies of the LRT office. I know that several of the staff have spoken with Mary and others. I know you're going to hear in a minute that we've actually provided information to every single property along that corridor. I know that we have hosted, in conjunction with the International Village BIA, the Downtown BIA, open houses. I know that we have hosted an open house on James Street. We have provided all of that information online, and in fact, in one unfortunate case, when the meeting got canceled, we actually had people here waiting to hear from the LRT, but it wasn't our fault the meeting was canceled or agenda. So we have tried really hard to make sure that we're available to answer those questions, and I know that at the International Village BIA that we had a good chance to chat about it. So if certain questions weren't answered, on occasion we do say that we can't answer questions. So I have had some come forward which we either don't have the answer, and I usually provide that, or we're unable to provide that. Some information is confidential and we can't do that. So I know that's long-winded, and Mary, you have my apologies if we did not give you an answer. That's certainly not our intent. We've had lots of good chats back and forth, and happy to continue to do that through all of our staff in the future.
Finally, my last question, Paul. Thank you, Mary, by the way, for putting up with all this. Did you factor in, and I keep looking at Robin, did you factor in when you were and I guess it's actually to Chris, when you're deciding on the two routes, the difference between the number of designated buildings along the route and how we're going to deal with the number of historically significant buildings along King Street?
Through the chair to the councillor, no matter what route we're on, part of the studies that we're required to do is a heritage impact, a heritage assessment piece, so we're well aware of all of the levels of designation and all of the properties along the route that we're looking at the moment. In terms of actually analyzing different routes, so, you know, Barton, Burlington, Maine, King, no, we don't have that chart, but what we're looking at from this project is we're well aware of all of the levels of heritage designation, and of course our approach would be not to impact that wherever possible. So we will have mitigation strategies, and in fact, we have to report on that as part of the environmental assessment process.
Still questions for Mary? Yep. Okay, so first time, Susie Braithwaite, followed by Kathy Truitt.
Hi, Mary. Thanks for coming out today. I just wanted to sort of round everything up here, speaking from a BIA standpoint who represents members like Deningers, Thompson, and Black Forest. There definitely does seem to be some confusion still on this topic. So I think what needs to happen is we're being told here today that King Street is the route that we are taking, that years of work have gone into, and this is the plan. That message needs to be clear to our membership. Perhaps the city needs to send out, distribute to all the property and business owners reasonings as to why, reports that they can refer to. And if the answer really is that it's simply a timeline issue, the businesses need to know that. Our streetscape was done years ago. It's a beautiful streetscape. We've seen revitalization in International Village. And the board has wondered several times, why are they choosing to dig that up and not put it on Main? So we too have those concerns. And obviously the conversation of Main versus King has been a hot topic, but we've been told several times from city reps that the route is to go on King. So that's what the board has been working with. So, you know, going back to what Councillor Ferguson said about mitigation, we've been up to Waterloo, we've been talking to their BIA up there. There are things that have been brought to my attention that we can ask for from the city. So things like shutting down construction throughout Christmas and things like that, and reopening access to vehicles that they're asking for. And that will be one of the things that the BIA is going to ask for. Construction is going to be painful on King. It's a really tight corridor within International Village. And we just need to make sure that before we put the cart before the horse, that is the right decision for us. I mean, there's a lot of work. I've been here 6.5 years and seen this area grow and grow in that time. I know myself has put a lot of work into growing this area. You know, you've got Deningers, Thompson, they've been here for decades. And I just feel like what's missing is a solid answer of yes or no. Yes, this is going on King. Then we can decide from that point how we're going to get around that. But that is the answer that we need to hear. Or if Maine is still an option, then we need to look at that. That's all I have to say.
And from our standpoint, we just want to make sure the due diligence has been done.
So Susie, just so I'm clear, and again, it's the correspondence, I've had a chance to read it all now. You actually just said, we have been told several times the route is King. You're the executive director of the International Village BIA, and I happen to know and appreciate the fact that you've been actually at the LRT table from day one. So I don't, are you asking that we provide a page that says why it's King? Not that you don't know, because I'm hearing, and it could be just me, it's like a mixed message or question you're asking.
I assume I'm chairing right now.
I'm just trying to get clarity
Yeah.
as chair. So is it, what is it exactly you're seeking? Why, we know it's King because you're saying we've been told several times over many years, and you've been at the table. You want a pager that you could share with the businesses in International Village that explains why it's King, not that you're not aware it's not King, why it's King. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes,
Okay.
we want to know why it's King, and we also need the message spread to those businesses, because whether we like to believe it or not all businesses pay attention to what the BIA has to say. We'd like to think they do, but a lot don't. So that message needs to come from the city, that yes, it's going on King, this is our final decision, and here's why.
Yeah, that's not, I don't think that should be a problem. Kathy, do you have a Mary wanted to get back to work, and if you don't have a question for Mary, we can receive, you do? Okay.
Thank you, Mary, for coming. I, too, would like to get a little bit of feedback from the businesses along King, and we've been asking the same questions all along. As Susie has mentioned, that we've gone up to Kitchener. We're going to go up to Kitchener. We have been up to Waterloo to talk to businesses and the BIA. One of the things that they did talk about was access to businesses along the route. They've kept up the sidewalks, and there are certain seasons that are more busy for some of their businesses. So in the scope of January to December, what would be your busy season for your King Street location? You have one, or is there certain times?
Christmas is obviously important to us. Thanksgiving's important to us.
Thanksgiving.
Labor Day's important to us. Easter's important to us. So, you know, it's...
Yeah, and the other question I had was, have you started to develop some kind of strategies to weather the storm, given that it's 3 years out? You've got a bit more ability to plan?
At this point in time, no.
Pardon?
At this point in time, no.
No, okay, thank you.
Okay, second time speaker. Before we do that, Councillor Skelly, I want to apologize. I interrupted you earlier, and I shouldn't have done that. It was unprofessional, and I did have a point of order from Councillor Whitehead, and I appreciate you doing that. I shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry. Councillor Green, followed by Councillor Whitehead. Sorry, Councillor Whitehead, then Councillor Green, both second-time speakers.
I have no question for the delegation, so I will, and I know she has to go, so let's dispense with those questions first. And if I do want to reserve a question to staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mary, you mentioned some media coverage on this in your research going back to 2010. There was some coverage. Was that the December 11th article, 2010?
No.
Okay. Well, if I could for a moment, I'd like for you to comment on this. This is headline published in The Spectator, December 11, 2010. Merchants celebrate new LRT plan. Downtown merchants are relieved a future light rail transit line won't mean the end of car traffic along the busy stretch of King. We have talked here quite extensively now about these options. One of the values of King, Mary, in case it wasn't brought to your attention, was the possibility of two-waying Main in some corridors to allow for relieved traffic east-west. So on King Street, I'll continue with this article, there was originally a plan that was met with strong opposition because it would have brought tracks that would basically look at shutting down, pedestrianizing part of King Street. And at that time, the businesses were very vocal against that opposition. They organized with the community. And it says, and I quote, It would have been devastating for the area, which is by Mr. Wolfgang Schoen, the owner of the Black Forest Inn, King Street landmark for 45 years. The worst thing in the world would have been to close King Street. I would normally be for two-way traffic, because the option, if it was on Main, would be to two-way King. But along here, it's too narrow, it wouldn't have worked. And why that's important is because there's been some suggestion that perhaps we haven't been working with businesses, that we haven't been open to their suggestions. So I just want to read the following, and then I'll cut it off there. Schoen says that he'd rather see streetcars operating in the same lane as cars than the LRT lines running separately, and that he said it would slow traffic down and make King more of a destination-geared street and a thoroughfare in downtown. That both the International BIA and the Downtown BIA expressed their opposition to the original LRT plans, and individual merchants also made their views known during formal and informal meetings with city officials. This is going back 5 years, Mary. They've come here on a few occasions, and they listened, and they're maybe on the right track. And so, you know, the last statement that I want to quote from one of the members here on your headline is that it says, and I quote, "They listened and maybe they're on the right track." So in fact, not only were the businesses informed 5 years ago, they were a part of the process that led us to where we are right now, with full knowledge of the King Street corridor.
And Councillor Green, I can't comment on it. The article I was referring to was dated from the Spectator on January the 13th, 2010. Unfortunately, Mr. Schoen is not here, or he could have answered that question, so I can't really comment on that. The only thing we're here to say is that the report from 2009 said the Metrolinx benefits case analysis for Hamilton will undertake, or probably said should undertake, a comprehensive review of all viable routing alternatives for both LRT and BRT rapid transit in spring 2009. And that review, comprehensive review of all the alternatives, in our opinion, did not occur. It looked at BRT, LRT, and phased-in LRT. So all we're asking for is the due diligence to have been done.
I just want to go back.
And that's all I can really say, because I can't comment on that article I haven't seen.
If I could finish.
Yeah, sure.
You've presented.
Yep.
We're in this open discussion.
Sure, yeah.
It's on the headline, right? This is public, so this is not anecdotal information, okay? This is published media from December 11, 2010. I'll share it with you, and you can share it there. And I quote, "They listened." So, you know, when we go down the path of suggesting that somehow there hasn't been consultations, this is 6 years ago. And I can respect that maybe you weren't at Denninger's, but the person on this letterhead is quoted in the public as having been, headline, celebrating the new LRT plan. So I need to say that. It's on the record. I'll post it. Because when we start to make the suggestions, and I'm hearing it from here that we're not answering staff aren't getting back to people, we don't have this entire team going up and down the corridor informing people, it's just not true, unfortunately. There's lots of opportunities to engage in this, and there has been over the last 6 years. And I'm happy to hear from the owner, the proprietor, going back. Maybe he forgot about this statement, but it is public domain, Mary, on this, so thank you.
Yeah, sometimes when you don't get the answer you want to hear, in some cases, as an elected official, in my experience, I have found that that sometimes counts for some as a non-answer, unfortunately. Oh, and I hear what you're saying, trust me. It doesn't mean we didn't answer. It was just an answer you didn't like. It shouldn't be. I understand. Finally, Mary, do you want to receive Mary first?
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, that I do have a question to staff. But that has opened up a quick avenue, a question to
Please
Mary.
proceed.
Mary, I don't think you've indicated they haven't listened. And I think our staff has been listening all along. So I want to make it clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you're indicating is the due diligence, the actual empirical data that justifies one location over the other has never been done. justify one over the other. Is that pretty well you're wrapping up your position?
Pretty much.
You haven't got a clear answer to that question. So now I'll ask staff a question.
Can we move to receive?
Sure.
Move to receive, Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Mary, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, folks, for listening. I guess it's taken longer than the 5 minutes we were allotted, but appreciate.
All in favor? Any opposed? We welcome Councillor Marula, who's just come back from a medical appointment and is ready to participate here in committee. We're on our delegation segment right now, Councillor Marula. Questions of staff?
Yeah,
Councillor Whitehead.
So I'm just going to ask staff, because, and they know I followed this very carefully. In fact, I can tell you that even when I felt that I was being fed King Street without a lot of evidence that justified it in my mind, I want to make it clear in my mind, staff has done an incredible job. There was a lot of lacking information. For example, when you see the Metrolink studies and you look at uplifts, and you look at the sphere of influence of uplift, you can clearly see that it overlaps Main and King, so that's a wash. We know that the King Street route is going to cost almost $60 million more. So here's the question. And my understanding is that the decision on King Street was done, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to ask, and this is the first question of the staff, was it not done in a workshop with staff?
Well, through the chair to the councillor, to answer the question of when it was done, I wouldn't be able to answer that definitively. What I mentioned was there were a number of presentations, there were council workshops, there were engagement with the community. Really, ultimately, the decision-making part came around the TPAP and under the environmental assessment process. Council was fully aware. Council had to approve staff to submit at the end of the day. So there was clarity. There is a point where I do know there was clarity, and I do know there was no question about when something was done. But to your earlier question, it's I wouldn't be able to answer that. I can do a bit of digging. Through some of the old pieces of correspondence that we have. But I've really gone through it all, to be honest with you. And there were clearly lots of staff meetings. There were lots of meetings in the public. There were lots of one-on-one conversations with councillors and group meetings with councillors. In terms of formalized direction, really the EA process was one of those big seminal moments to do with route, because you had to actually do the EA work and request the money from Metrolinx and set up a project team based on a project scope, and that was along King, Main East, and Main West.
Yeah, so I guess the point is that on the concept plan, when King Street, and I remember asking the tough questions right here in this horseshoe, and I was told that there's a greater uplift on King Street, and that was primarily the justification at the time. Now we know that's a wash, so that's no longer the argument. But we haven't done a thorough cost-benefit analysis in regards to King versus Main. That's absent. There's no question about that. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, in fairness to the BIAs, certainly the delegation, and absent of that empirical data that clearly justifies one over the other, understanding some of the carnage it may create along that corridor, and understanding that it might be $60 million more for King Street, how much would it be to do or amend or pay for an EA along that corridor so we know what we're dealing with on Main?
Through the chair to the councillor, I have no idea on what that cost structure or time structure would look like in order to get to where we were in 2011 with an approved EA with a revised route. I would have to take that away and do some analysis on that.
But we would only be dealing with basically the King Street, Main Street corridor at International Village. We're talking about a relatively short distance on the overall trip. So that's the one question I wouldn't mind getting some response to. The other one is understanding that there's a $60 million greater cost on King Street. And again, a cost-benefit analysis, would it not be feasible to consider, especially if it results in a better plan, a better project at a less expensive cost? God knows, the province just announced $300 billion deficit today, or debt, the highest in Canada, I think highest for a province in the world. I think that's what the headline is. So I would think that if we can be very value-oriented on this project and answer some of these very critical questions, then it's worth our while doing that. So can I ask Paul, you did help draft a particular motion and work with me on that to sort of flush some of the stuff out on Main and King. Do you think that motion would suffice in what's being requested here by the delegation?
Through the chair to the councillor, to be honest, no. I don't think it'll answer all that's been raised by the delegation. So our office is here to be helpful, and so what we've offered to do is bring forward the chronology of some of the decision-making, understanding that sometimes that is just points in time when discussions were had around that. We've offered to look a little bit more detailed in terms of the costing, because we can, through our own engineering services area of the city, talk about that bridge. We can do a little more detail in terms of order of magnitudes costing. The difficulty is the other reports that go with it. So I know in some ways it seems like, well, we're just taking a 6 kilometer or so piece and looking at that. But in fact, we have to rerun all of our modeling.
Okay.
Traffic modeling that needs to be completely thrown out and start over again. So there are those pieces. So the offer that I've put out on several occasions is Andrew and I are well prepared to bring forward some of those information pieces that we have in a concise report that can update this committee and council around that. And then the second piece is that we would undertake some conversation with MTO in terms of this question around the traffic, which was and continues to be the single biggest technical reason that there is trepidation around the Main Street piece. It's not just the bridge and how we structure the bridge and reinforce the bridge in order to handle the LRT. It's the traffic issues around that and MTO's sphere of influence around that interchange as they have with all of their interchanges at the highway. So the offer is still there to complete that work, bring forward in a concise report, not a bunch of points and links to it, to this group. But I need to be clear that it is not a cost-benefit analysis in terms of some of the elements that we're looking at. I will endeavor with Andrew to give you some order of magnitude better information on costing of doing that work, because it's shorter or a different route. But some of the other pieces, no, that would require new work. And you also get in, if you're talking about a full EA, that's really just a brand new process. And as Chris says, unable to do that through the LRT office, and we would need some different direction around that. But I go back to trying to be helpful. Yep. If that's a step that can help move this along as a first step, be very pleased. And Andrew and I have talked about this, so he's in full agreement to bring forward some of that information.
I think that would be prudent. I think we should be doing more, but I understand some of the constraints that you have identified. The question was asked earlier, and I need absolute clarity. We now, and I remember one of the councillors at this table hammered away that we got to get this tender out before the next election because we're in jeopardy. We got to get this and I think everyone around this table remembers a councillor hammering that message. And so we were trying to meet a tight timeline, and I thought that timeline was set by this committee. So now I'm hearing that, in fact, that's not the case. That timeline is being now set by the province, that they want this said and done before the next provincial election. So can you provide me clarity? Who drove that bus?
Well, while he's working on the answer, Clerk Laurie, did we not approve a previous agenda that had the Gantt chart that showed the timeline? That approval came here, then went to council. So we do have timelines that were created in this committee and approved by this committee. Is that correct, Clerk Laurie? Received? Okay, part of
So-
it,
so,
past agendas on this committee, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Fair enough, I'm just, it's not just one area.
Is what was the genesis, is the chicken or egg thing? Was the province coming to us and dictating that you need to have the shovel in the ground before their next provincial election? Or was it us because we're concerned that the project would be in jeopardy, not knowing what the next government would be, and therefore we actually determined that timeline? So help me provide clarity on that.
So through the chair to the councillor, just in terms of timelines, working with Andrew, we did bring forward a schedule that showed the timing as it is laid out. This committee and then ratified at council eventually reiterated that they wish to have wording to the effect of our chart, of our Gantt chart that was presented before the MOA was signed, wish to stress the importance of that procurement date, that contract award date within that. So this was a joint piece of work. The goal of both the province and the city was to get going on this and implement this. Neither Andrew nor I can speak to any other genesis or thought process that went into that.
And that's very helpful, because I think it was sort of left out there, Mr. Chair, that this was a provincial dictate in regards to the timeline. And it wasn't my understanding, and I sat around this table. In fact, it was ours. So we are the ones that actually set the timeframes because we were concerned about losing funding. And I don't remember the province coming in and saying, you need to have this done by the next, so I don't want them wearing that and be the headline that the province dictated this had to be done by the next provincial election, because I don't believe that's the case. I believe the case was that we were concerned not knowing what would happen in the next provincial election, where the concerns were in regards to their position. Now we do know, but we didn't know at the time, that we want to take any risk, and therefore we're the ones that put staff on a very tight time frame to get that procurement out. Would I be correct in saying that?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would clarify it as together we agreed to be aggressive with the schedule because we actually brought that Gantt chart prior to the MOA being signed. So the additional language that was placed in there was just to reiterate and to reinforce our goal around contract award. And yes, there were conversations about why middle of 2018 was important for contract award, but it is not that drove us to go back and redo our Gantt chart. That Gantt chart at a high level had been produced already and provided to you. And in fact, dating back to the conversations that happened last August, Chris and Jason were also saying this is an aggressive timeline. We're going to work to move this along as fast as possible. So I would characterize it as a joint decision around that.
No, I appreciate that the province joined hands and said we agree. But that Gantt chart was result of direction and discussion, at least if it wasn't direction, it was certainly discussion, informally and formally, that we needed to have aggressive time frame. That's how that Gantt chart was originally drafted, as I understand it. And I will go back to my notes and live stream in this very committee. But I believe my memory is not failing me at this point, I hope. I was proud of the fact that we had a councillor that kept hammering that fact, and he did that, in fact, before this committee, talked about we had to have aggressive time frame because of the concern. So, one is a product of the other. I just don't want the province to be wearing this as the one that made the determination that this had to be done before the next provincial election. We're the ones that agreed to that, or we might have let it. It doesn't matter. By the end of the day, we were true partners in it.
I believe, Lori, I know it's the very first LRT implementation subcommittee, and the motion was moved by Councillor Ferguson on the Gantt chart. And you could probably print some up before this meeting's through. Councillor Marula, welcome to the meeting. And who's chiming in over here?
Hi.
Oh, sorry, Johnson.
Through the chair, I just wanted to add one more point because Andrew reminded me of this, that the Premier's announcement herself did indicate the broad timelines. So that major construction was to start in 2019, which is what we've reiterated here. Major construction is different than contract award because of the time they need to ramp up to that. So I don't have the announcement here to hand, but we can certainly provide that information. I think the point is well taken. Clarity around how that discussion and decision was made is a very valid point.
Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bad news is that everything that Councillor Whitehead's complaining about, he supported formally through this committee, GIC, and council. The good news is that we were being very cautious in how we approached this because we didn't want to go through a very thorough exercise to only then be subjected to a potential provincial change in government and loss of funding. So we moved radically, but now after Patrick Brown's announcement yesterday, it really is a moot point. And I want to congratulate Mr. Brown for his comments and support for LRT in Hamilton. He too, as a progressive conservative, understands the importance of this particular project, and he joins the ranks of the Premier and Andrea Horwath and City Council for the last 10 years in supporting LRT in Hamilton, and I want to take this opportunity to thank him publicly. Thank you.
Mayor Fred.
Yeah, in the same vein, I want to thank the leader of the Conservative Party for making a commitment to the future of transportation in the city of Hamilton. I clearly said that he would provide, not change, the direction that council has chosen, and I think that's a wonderful thing. And I'm delighted that we can. We shouldn't waste time on this project, and I think that's part of the initiative is that, yes, there may be some aggressive timelines here, but I think it's all in an effort to get on with the project. And we are an implementation committee, in fact, for all intents and purposes, as I understand it. So I think, like in every instances that many talk about, there's no need for unnecessary delay. There's every need to get on with the job. And so I think we've asked our staff to do that. They're following that collectively in agreement with the province and the city of Hamilton. We've jointly agreed on this timeline, and I think we're on a very positive path. So again, I would say thank you to the Patrick Brown, the leader of the Conservative Party, for indicating that he would not change the direction that the council would take in the future. And I think that's a very positive step. Doesn't mean we should take the foot off the gas. I think we should keep going. And if it turns, and I've said this many times, if it turns out that we need more time, then we need more time. It's not the end of the world if it goes beyond an election date, but it would be helpful if we were to be clear about the timeline and the time path that we've indicated so far. We've all agreed to it. I think it's, even though it's aggressive, it's doable. And if we find a hiccup along the way, well, then we'll deal with it when it happens. But there's no sense that we're going to drive this into place no matter what. I appreciated all the support that this council and this committee and all councillors have actually given to this project to date. It's been 10 years in the making. We've not been in a rush, quite frankly. We've been taking our time getting here, and by virtue of the fact that we've got a provincial announcement on funding, I think it's incumbent upon this city and this council to act on it aggressively. I think as we should with all other funding initiatives that are happening. Ironically, I was just at the Fraunhofer Institute, supported by this council. We've got $4 million in the hopper. They've just committed to a $11.4 million funding announcement, and they're going to be on an aggressive timeline to ensure that this project gets up and running and that we get a biomedical engineering and advanced manufacturing research facility in place within about 16 months at the Innovation Park, the former Camco site. I think that's smart use of funding, and aggressive timelines helps motivate the project going forward. And I think as we like to do in many instances, have timelines that pushes the envelope, inspires people to move a little more quickly, and gets the project online and up and running quicker than we might otherwise do, and keeping that pressure on. And if we don't meet that timeline, well, so be it. We still have a project that all parties now agree is something that this city of Hamilton needs to have, wants to have, and is important for it to have for our future transportation needs. The NDP have completely agreed to it. All members of Parliament, both federally and provincially, have signed on to the project, and from the NDP. We have now the Conservative leader from the province of Ontario signed on, and we have all the other elected representatives, short of one, signing on to this project, saying this is important for the city of Hamilton. So I would say let's stay on our aggressive timeline, and let's make sure that we get all the information we need to make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you to the chair, and just further to the mayor's comments. I respectfully disagree that we should be so aggressive with our timeline. I think this is a billion-dollar investment. If we're going to do it right, we better do it right the first time. We could destroy the downtown. We're just seeing the uplift now. We may have it on the wrong route. It may or perhaps should be Maine. I'm still not hearing really why we should be going to, I'm sure we'll be given that information, to Maine over King. But also further to the support from the Conservative leader, Aarons, I'm interpreting that comment yesterday. You were at the meeting and you read it earlier. If I could ask you to just read that again, because I'm hearing it's not that he's supporting LRT. I believe that he's saying he's supporting our decision to spend money the way we want to spend it. So maybe I could get you to read that comment again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will read the full comment, and this is a quote. Being a former city councillor myself, I respect the autonomy of municipalities. If the mayor and council have stated very clearly that's where they want the provincial partnership to be, that's where it will be. Close quote, he said in a wide-ranging question and answer session with local business people. Quote, if the mayor and council say they want that investment to be in another transportation project, then it's incumbent on the province to be flexible on what is the clear municipal will. Close quote.
Thank you.
Second, I'm going to get myself on the speaker's list, so, and then.
Just on that point.
Sure.
Because
Councilor Marula.
a direct quote that wasn't mentioned is that we have to respect the fact that there is a commitment to LRT, and I would honor that commitment. Patrick Brown, Ontario Conservative leader.
Thank you, and I'll give the chair to you, Aidan, and just very quickly say, maybe not all, nobody, again, I think the one thing I'm reiterating more than anything as chair of this committee until the end of the year, and then Aidan takes over, is no one expected 100% buy-in. And that includes, I guess, around the horseshoe, although there are many, many votes that were unanimous and some very near unanimous. In 10 years leading up to this point, and as the downtown councillor, where it's a game changer, no doubt, and where there's support out the yin-yang, I have all the confidence in staff that we have, to this point, gotten it right, and that we will continue to get it right. I visited the office just the other day, and I'm very proud of the work that's going on, and I have every confidence that we're going to do it well, and in fact, better than anyone else. And I can tell you that's from the front line right on up. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back.
Councillor Whitehead has indicated.
For clarification, what council voted on, and let's get this out as matter of public record, because I think it's time we clear the air. We voted on a concept plan for LRT, no question about it, and I voted for it, on high-level information. What we have in front of us that was announced by the province of Ontario is not what the council voted for. The council voted for an LRT system to extend from a destination point to a destination point, from Eastgate to McMaster. That is not what we're dealing with today. Just for public record, that is a pretty significant difference in what was voted on.
Yeah, we're talking about the first of many phases. Thank you for reiterating what you said earlier. Green, third time.
Just quickly, if the good councillor from Ward 8 would like to move a motion to extend LRT to Centennial, I'm happy to second the motion.
Seconded by Councillor Marula. All in favor? Yep, carried. Any opposed?
Who's going to pay for it?
Talk to the mover of the motion.
Well, why did you, I strongly oppose this. We got a $1 billion, the province is paying for this. They are going to wonder what the heck we're smoking over here. We start throwing this stuff around.
So, Mr. Chair,
hold on. You still have the floor, and then I'll go to you on the motion.
So you don't flip these kind of things out without getting your understanding what the impact is. So I strongly disagree with this motion.
Thank you. I have Green, then Marula.
I believe the spirit and intent of the motion was to explore the second phase feasibility of the extension, the second phase feasibility of the extension for the extension to Centennial, as well as potentially the extension or A-line airport, which are all in rapid ready. These are all part of our program. This is not a flip it motion. This is the BLAST network, and what we're doing is looking at sequential steps that would look to support and feed a $1 billion investment by the province. And there's still a full conversation to be had, Mr. Chair. I'm hearing lots of new enthusiasm for public transit. Let's use that catalyst and let's support it and look at all the different ways, including but not limited to all of our funding structures as it relates to area rating. Thank you.
So I rushed the motion because the mover looked like he was in a hurry, but this is a feasibility motion, just to be clear, that staff report back on the...
Mr. Chair, I'm glad he raised it because
Okay.
this is coming in line with what actual council actually voted for, and that was the Eastgate to McMaster.
Right.
And it's pretty clear from every study I've read
Yep.
that if you don't go from a destination point, you're already starting in a deficit position. Thank you.
Yeah. From the ward that I see as a great destination, Ward 4, Councillor Marula.
Okay, but just so we put this in perspective, that the position of council is based on the BLAST system, which incorporates the A line, the B line, and other lines that ultimately we'll get to if we ever start this without any obstacles. So having said that, all we're simply doing is endorsing what our BLAST system is informally in place, and maybe even we can include the word to expedite the A line to assist our friend from Ward 8 to appease those between the airport and the waterfront. But the bottom line is this, that this is not anything new. It's just we're reaffirming our original position and saying it is a priority. It should have been funded. It wasn't funded. Having said that, if the province would like to ante up more, we'd be more than willing to accept it, including the A-line. Because I'd support, if they came forward with the money for the A-line tomorrow, I'd be the first to support that as well. So again, to put that motion in perspective, we're simply stressing the fact that we support our original position. The province is who changed our original position to that of what we're seeing here before us, and that was just based on economics more than anything else. So at the end of the day, I think it's merited and something that we should incorporate, particularly the A-line component, which I believe is also deserving that we should expedite as well.
Okay, and can I get you to write it out for Laurie's sake to the mover of the motion? On the motion, Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
So I appreciate the intent of this, but I'm not sure that it's going to be particularly helpful. What I would suggest in the alternative, though, is that we reconfirm our desire to seek out funding for expansion of the BLAST network. That I think is a motion that I think everyone can support. That's what we've been working on. That's a commitment that Council's already made. If you want to reaffirm that, I think that is the steps that we need to kind of get through to fulfill the entire network. You know, the sooner that we can do it, the better. And there's efforts being made for additional funding for other additional projects. We are already funding mountain projects more so than we've ever done before in terms of our transit investments that we've made over the last 2 years. And I think if we reaffirm our commitment to fulfilling the BLAST network with both the provincial and federal governments and get working on that aggressively as we are, I think that would be a smart motion to make.
On that?
I mean, you're both right. I don't know if anyone could be wrong, but you're both right. I actually believe firmly, and Mayor knows my position, that the plan as we have here now, and I think the study that I put out will raise a number of questions, that this plan will fail. The reason why it will fail is because the other piece, the important piece, which is what the mayor just identified, is so critically important to build that BLAST network to feed your LRT, to get that ridership to a level that you can control the operating cost and get value for the very system that we're all sitting around the table trying to implement. So I wholeheartedly support a reinforcement and a direction to aggressively pursue at all levels of the government funding to implement the BLAST network.
Right. So just to be clear, you're saying it fails standalone for all time. It fails if we don't achieve what we've all agreed to achieve through many, many mandates, fulfillment of the B, the L, the A, the S, and the T. That's what you're saying. It fails all alone from the Queenston Traffic Circle to MAC is what you're saying. And your report and Howard's report is saying.
What I'm saying, Mr. Chair.
It fails standalone. Is that what you're, just for clarity?
If you do not have.
We
First of
know
all, that's
this.
not the motion on the table,
Yes.
so I'm not sure why you're going there, but.
Well, you mentioned it.
Well, I mentioned because.
It's for clarity.
If you don't have
Yes.
a BLAST network that provides the feed to the LRT system to get the ridership at the levels that drive the cost per passenger down, then it becomes an ongoing operating legacy for this community. I believe that the way we can achieve it with this plan, because this plan is faulty in my humble opinion, is to do the very thing that the mayor is identifying.
Yep. So can you word it accordingly? Sure. Okay. And did you want to follow up? You're
I mean, I know that the counselor needs to justify his RAB report, and I understand that. I don't agree, and I think many people don't agree either. This is not something that's not been researched over time. But the reality is you begin somewhere. And the beginning point for us is that we begin with LRT and we build it out from there. There's no fail here. I think there's opportunity. And the opportunity is that we could probably get all of what we want if we stay with the program. And so I don't know why you're writing the motion, because I think it's a motion that basically says, let's fulfill what we've already agreed to do, which is the BLAST network. And we're all on for that. Everybody's on for that. Everybody supported that. So, sorry?
I thought you said.
Whoa. Let
Just
the
for
mayor
clarification, that was the mayor's motion, and fair enough, I don't have a problem him actually moving it. But I thought what I heard was that council not only reaffirmed their support for the BLAST network.
That was it.
But to aggressively pursue funding.
Absolutely.
With the other levels of government.
Yes.
Sure.
That's the motion I support.
And that's the motion. That's all we need to say.
Councillor Ferguson, and then we're going to vote.
Mr. Chairman, we just spent the last 2.5 hours debating Phase 1. We can't figure that out. And suddenly, out of nowhere, we're building the whole BLAST network. The optics of this don't look good. We're already on record through the Rapid Ready report of supporting the BLAST network. And so now we're going to reconfirm that again, too? We already got a reconfirming motion coming. Let's deal with what we're here to do today, which is to get the $1 billion spent on time, on budget, make it as convenient as we can for the business along the way. I just don't understand how we switch gears after 2.5 hours, and now we want to build everything. It's already been approved, so I can't support this.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to reaffirm our commitment to the BLAST plan, hold on, and continue to aggressively pursue funding to achieve the BLAST plan. Clerk. Okay. Be safe. Move to withdraw. Moved by Whitehead, seconded by Green. All in favor? Carried. Any opposed? Now the motion that's on the floor. We reaffirm our commitment to the BLAST plan and that we continue to aggressively pursue funding for it, right? Okay. On the floor, Marula.
I think it's an important fact because the vast majority don't understand what the BLAST system is. A lot of people don't understand that the B-line component to the City Motor site is only one phase of many. And I think this gives us an opportunity to discuss this publicly, because when people understand that this LRT ultimately lands in Waterdown and in the suburbs and on the mountain, and then they can look at it, then they have a better appreciation of where we're headed. This is no different than, I think, the 401. I was speaking to Councilor Pasuta, who on this particular issue, and I said, why do you think Hamilton was missed in the entire 401? It was because people couldn't see beyond their toes. They didn't want to be part of something that they felt was redundant, that would fail. the fact remains, we're out of the loop because we failed because we didn't become part of that 401. Imagine those people now who are yelling and screaming and developing reports against the 401, how they might feel about the need for the 401 today. So let's not miss the boat on this like we did on the 401. Let's focus on what we need, not only now, but in the future, and so we can move forward. Thank you.
On the motion.
You know what, frankly, I came from a dental appointment. I preferred the feeling there than I have here today. Friend, that's a dental appointment.
Councillor Aidan Johnson, then Councillor Green.
Thanks very much. And on the motion, I think it's good to clarify that we want to see an LRT network and an integrated, easy-to-use, attractive transit network for the whole of the Hamilton municipality. That's good for a bunch of reasons. One reason that it's good is that it shows to the province that we understand one of the province's own fundamental reasons for investing in LRT, which is this. The province of Ontario is investing in a good, attractive, sustainable public transit network for the southwest of Ontario, from Niagara Falls through to Windsor and going north. Hamilton is part of that. A key reason among a bunch of reasons why Ontario is making this gigantic investment in our city is because we are part of a growing web of transit in the province. And if we can clarify that we understand that, so much the better. Thank you very much.
Just for committee members and others, the Gantt chart was delivered. Thank you, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much.
Next, then I have Councillor Skelly, and I'm going to ask the mayor to take the chair just for a moment.
If we spent this afternoon 3 hours to get to this point of reaffirmation, it was 3 hours well spent. And I certainly appreciate Councillor Whitehead's openness and understanding of the importance as you have the north-south continuity with the A-line, which I think is still ought to be one of the priorities given what's happening at the airport, given this new passenger service that's there, given the connectivity down to the GO line at the West Harbour. So all of these things relevant to the economic development, the prosperity and the investments that we've had out in the airport district lands, which in and of itself was a very controversial effort and still remains that. So again, out of all the meetings we've been to and all of the conversations, confrontations, arguments and the like, if we can get to this point, reaffirming the blast, understanding that the LRT is the catalyst for that, billion-dollar catalyst, dollar cost value, dollar for dollar from the province. We'll never find anything lifetimes. Then it's time well spent in this subcommittee, and I thank everybody for investing in that time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Johnson's comments, and that is the initial reason why we're here is the Premier's announcement of $34 billion towards fighting congestion in the GTHA. And this is where I struggle with this entire initiative, and I know everybody around this table is pretty much supportive of it, but this will not address congestion in the city of Hamilton. The route does not have congestion. We have congestion getting to Hamilton, leaving Hamilton, on the link, on the Red Hill. This billion-dollar project is so far out of line of what the Premier had announced and what her intent was for the $34 billion to fight congestion within the GTHA, and I think it's important that that be put on the record.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Green. All in favor? Sorry, moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. One opposed, Councillor Ferguson, for reasons stated. Kelly Bistas of PNA. Have now 5 minutes. And then three grueling hours of cross-examination. You sure you want to do this? Kelly's from PNA Plastics, a great business along Main Street.
Thank you, Chair Farr, Mayor Eisenberger, and the subcommittee for allowing me to speak here today. Most of what I wanted to talk about has already been addressed, so I'm not going to repeat as much as I can, but I do need to touch on why I'm here. I represent owners of properties on Main Street and on King Street, and I'm talking on the southbound of Main and with entrance directly on the front of King Street, south of King Street as well. So I have concerns where I have to look at for both sides of the coin, what is best in our view for downtown for us, as well as the rest of downtown and the city of Hamilton. I am completely opposed if it was to come to having Main Street used for the LRT both ways, because that is our artery from the 403, and we would be a bottleneck from the 403 right through downtown Hamilton, which I'm sure is why it was missed in the beginning. I am wondering if there's any way that a Main and King route through the downtown core could be looked at, where you would have one lane going eastbound on the north lane on Main Street, and then one lane going westbound on King Street. That would alleviate maybe some of the problems that the owners of the businesses on King Street would face, and allowing 3 lanes of traffic there. And it would keep 3 lanes of traffic going eastbound as well, and have those lanes be car-friendly, with cars only able to use those lanes in an immediate area before a corner to turn to and from the streets that they need to access. I don't know if that's been looked at. I don't know if it's because construction on 2 different streets would cost a lot more than what is allowed. But if they were to look at something like that, they wouldn't have to reconstruct the sidewalk on King, they wouldn't have to reconstruct the sidewalk on Main, and they may not have to put in one of the bridges that they were talking about. That's something that I would like people to look at and see if there's any way of, has that been considered? Is there time to consider that? And if it's something that could help to save businesses in the downtown core instead of having to rebuild again, that would be my request.
And Kelly, so I'm clear, the lanes you reference, 1 lane east, 1 lane west, you're talking about the LRT lane. So one is on Main in your presentation, in your view, and one on King? Is that what you're asking about?
If it's not going to be on King, I would be opposed to anything being both ways on Main Street.
I see, thank you. Okay.
And I think both ways on King Street is detrimental to the businesses on King.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Anybody? Move to receive, moved by Ferguson, seconded by Councilor Marula. All in favor? Carried. Kelly, you, I'm not certain if I've seen you at any information sessions, but you are apprised as an International Village BIA member of dates and times to engage. And I'll come see you gladly anytime because I need more plastic.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
One more thing, if I can. As far as the construction routes and anything that would be done during the construction, if they could also put however it's done, put in for anybody bidding, because I've been told, and I don't know if that's correct, once it's passed off by council, Metrolinx and the province are completely in charge of the construction. We will have no input at that time, the city council.
We're working together. Paul can offer clarity on how that works when we hand the project off, but there is a third-party contractor. Paul?
Yeah.
So through the chair, yes, Metrolinx procurement's their business, the construction of this project is this business, but we are a joint office. We do work together. So I can say to you clearly there are lots of things that the City of Hamilton maintains control over. And when it comes to the construction, we would work hand in glove around that. So it duly noted and something we need to make sure that we have great clarity and probably bring a bit of information around exactly how people will also communicate around construction. Who do they go to? Who are they talking with? And how is everybody kept in the loop around that? So I think the point's well raised, because you could get into a situation where a lot of communication is bypassing city staff and councillors because it's working directly with Metrolinx or the consortium. So good point to remember.
The impression I'm left with through many meetings now with Metrolinx is they have no intention of blacking anything out municipally. They have every intention of working with us and in turn, obviously you, if that helps.
Okay.
Okay, so the receiving of it from Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Green. All in favor? Carried. Thank you for your time here. Question to staff?
I guess, to staff, you're saying that even the fact that you've been working with Metrolinx and you are fully supportive of the fact that, or you believe that they will be working with you as this project progresses, and you'll have the city will have a lot of influence in terms of decision-making? Can we get that in writing? Will we have that in writing, that we will have?
So through the chair to the councillor, that's all laid out in the memorandum of agreement. And in fact, it's very clear in there that we retain all of the decision-making rights around city-owned infrastructure and And in fact, in terms of how the project gets designed and built, Metrolinx will take, we put specific language in that really clarifies that they do more than just listen to us and then go off and say, here's what's happening, that there's actually a clause in there that anything that's reasonably put forward by us will be considered as part of that. And there's actually legal, there's a legal definition of what was put in. So we spent a lot of time on the language of exactly the points you're just touching on, because there could be a situation where we are nothing more than a voice to which then decisions are made with a thank you, and that's not the case. And to belt and suspender it, we made sure it was in the MOA.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay. Because 8.2 is the report dealing with LRT and stops, specifically International Village, the committee clerk has suggested that we may wish to deal with that report at this time. Is the committee in agreement with that? Okay. I don't need to move that accordingly, do I? Okay. And Mark, don't worry, you're coming up. Mark and Elaine, you guys are next. But first, any discussion, any questions respecting 8.2? Susie, did you have any comments, questions? Okay. We'll first hear from our executive director.
So through the chair, I just wanted to thank Paul and his staff and Andrew and Kelly for listening to our concerns and coming to the table very promptly with a additional stop in International Village. Our board is extremely happy with that. Now we're bookended, so that's great, and that was brought up at the last LRT subcommittee meeting that we had. One thing we had discussed, we would like to have that stop named International Village, if possible. I think we had talked to Andrew about that. But yeah, just really good work, and we just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. 8.2, any further? All in favor? Sorry?
For the, can somebody give the physical descriptor of exactly where that stop is?
2 stops. Can you confirm, Paul or Susie? It doesn't matter. Paul?
Sure, through the chair. So the 2 stops that now bookend the International Village will be at Wellington, and then another one at Mary Street. Passengers will be getting off around the Mary Street area. And just on the naming piece, we haven't made decisions on that. In terms of going out to the public, we're using descriptors of streets, which is a typical naming nomenclature around that. But there's lots of room for conversation about that for key destinations, and Metrolinx has a whole protocol around that as well. But to the specific point of the stop locations, we're at Mary Street and we're at Wellington.
And I apologize, I couldn't flip it there fast enough just to make that confirmation. And why Wellington is so important. This morning, I attended a community meeting with the good folks at First Place. So we have a seniors building with hundreds of seniors in that point. And so I really want to thank the BIA International Village, the business owners who advocated for that. It was a card that I had up my sleeve that I was going to pull out, but you guys beat me to it and were successful in doing that. And just know that not only when you did that were you advocating for the commercial retail sector, but you're also advocating for our vulnerable seniors, folks who, as we know, actuarial in the next 10 years, this wave of baby boomers who are going to be entering into their 80s. This type of public transit is so vital. So that stop is really, really critical and crucial for that. And the only thing that would make my life even better is to go ahead and have that connectivity at Gage Park. But that's another conversation down the line that I'll wait for. So I appreciate the great work of the International BIA. And I know the folks at First Place are going to be ecstatic about this. So thank you.
We continue to talk about additional stops that we once had that were lost, and others that are great ideas, or a great idea in Ward 1 I heard about recently. But that's for another meeting. Right now, I just want to receive 8.2, and that's received by Green, seconded by Johnson. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Good work, staff. Great example of what we're doing as an implementation team here, and working and hearing the concerns and working with the community, whether they're residents or good people from BIAs. Much appreciated, Susie, and you were very, I might also add for the record, very tactful and respectful when you brought the issue forward, having been part of this conversation on LRT since you started as a executive director all those years ago. Mark and Elaine are back. Please come forward. Elaine. Sorry, Elaine. I'm going to take the I right out of it. 5 minutes, guys. Thank you for coming back.
บอกมาจานผมhave plan on some people can't do that thing to have presenting and
Thank you very much for, again, letting us speak. Firstly, Hamilton LRT is a citizen advocacy group. We actively participate in community engagement. I also want to thank everybody in the room, whether it be Mr. Chair, the councillors, every pro or con or questioning LRT individual in this room. I think this is where we will get the best outcome for this project, and we must continue to dialogue together, whether it's Maine, King, etc. These are legitimate questions, and it's really wonderful to have you all here. So this is extremely important to us, and this is something that is dear to Hamilton LRT as an organization. All voices must be heard. Not everybody's for it, so we have to listen, and we have to listen to each other. This will also lead us to, I think, the best outcome, the best solutions, and also answer questions that are being asked by many people, whether you're pro or anti-LRT. As I said, best outcome for LRT in Hamilton. Now, there's a lot of information out there. There's even disinformation. We see tracks and things on social media, which only begs more questions and more answers. Some of these are legitimate. Some of them might be a little bit of a boondoggle or things of this nature. They may not be answered currently. We have to move in further into the process to understand that. Certain things such as operational costs. I think this is really an important issue. We have to look into this. The province is currently building billions of dollars of new systems where operational funding has yet to be truly explored and understood on how it's going to occur. Hence why there's, I'd say, quasi-governmental advocacy group such as Move the GTHA, which is actually doing surveys and workshops throughout the province currently on how to gauge stakeholders and residents on how are we going to fund this. All these systems are going to come online in the next 20, 30, 40 years. Definitely, we need to look at operating costs, but not in a vacuum as though we must have all this answer currently. We're not building a system that is going to be in operation tomorrow and affect our 2017 budget. We are looking at a long term. So a perspective to these, a perspective is needed for this. There are also information such as third-party ownership of the line and the rights, etc. It almost sounds it's being put out there like if it's a black ops or some contrived way, a covert way of taking something away from us. It has that tone, and that scares people. I mean, that would scare me too. But these are really standard agreements, and hopefully through our legal department and the expertise that is on City Council, will avoid such things. But these agreements have been signed over and over throughout the province and other provinces. There's nothing covert about this. Nobody's trying to remove anything from us. We hear of such things as parking, which we all need parking. We also need sidewalks, and we need bike paths, etc. But, when you hear things such as they are completely removing parking from King Street, as though there's it's being removed and nothing else will ever be considered. Nothing, that's it, no more parking in King. Well, no, there are creative solutions. There are many. Currently, the bulk of our parking for, let's say, the downtown area for King Street is actually off-street, and it's safer. And it's easier access when it's off-street than on the street. So there are also other alternatives. I have suggested and demonstrated to some of the planning office simple suggestions in creating smaller lots that could be immediately accessible to business associations or retail.
There are many empty lots along this line that could be converted. It could even be requirements by developers to have commercial retail parking. There are many ways, but it isn't just a removal of parking. It's, yes, we're obviously going to need parking. We all drive cars. Well, a lot of us drive cars. We also use transit. So yes, we do need, but it isn't completely eliminate parking. It does pose a challenge. So we'll find that challenge. And by the way, the province is currently looking at a plan of removing all parking regulations regarding necessity to have parking in retail. And this is going to be done in 3 to 5 years. The project's not even going to be done by now. By then. Oh, okay. Thank you. Ooh, now, many opinions, and it's unfortunate, Councillor Whitehead. Oh, there's Councillor Whitehead. Thank you. Firstly, Hamilton LRT would like to commend Councillor Whitehead for his report. I mean, he puts it out there, and I really commend him. You know, there are many good points in this, as an example, in Rapid Ready. But we're not going to critique this report as we don't have the expertise. I think other people may have more expertise, and we suggest and acknowledge the peer review that Dr. Chris Higgins has done on this, on Councillor Whitehead's report that is very informative. It's an intelligent critique. I encourage you to read it because it adds a lot of information. Maybe there's, you know, conflict in some of the information, but it is definitely a good base to get even more knowledge about the LRT with Chris Higgins, Dr. Chris Higgins from McMaster's. So I really encourage you to read it. It's valuable information, good data in there. And if I may say, I would boldly suggest that all constituents of all wards would like to see our councillors respond in the same way as Councillor Whitehead has. I mean, that's a lot of work, 58 pages. I commend you, Councillor Whitehead, for giving us your opinion and your point of view on this project. Thank you. I invite all of other councillors to do the same.
We have Councillor Green, followed by Councillor Whitehead.
I'm not finished.
We're over time, but we'll let you wrap it up, and then you'll have some questions.
Well, I wanted to speak to, definitely, okay.
Be able to expand on those questions.
Yes. Another item we wanted to talk about was the international BIA in the May alignment found out about the stations. It's already been spoken to. This only reiterates that we need to communicate more. I think the letter that was sent by the BIA on July 21st indicates that there is a misunderstanding, and these are people that are close directly to the project. I would suggest that this community connection, which is coming through the city, needs to be kind of emphasized. More communication, more understanding of each element. As mentioned, Rapid Ready is something that we need to look at. We need to address the deficiencies and move forward on this to enhance the LRT. Currently, there is a bus study being done, and I encourage you to go on the Hamilton HSR site, or .ca HSR site, to participate in this survey to understand how the redeployment is being done in essence in preparation to the LRT. The project itself, there's much more that is needed, such things as urban enhancement. A couple of workshops have occurred in our ward, or more specifically in the Crown Point and Sherman Hub, where the city has said that it has consulted neighborhood associations concerning urban enhancement, which is that 1.5% funding that is, if you want to, money for this urban enhancement. The Sherman Hub nor has Crown Point been contacted or have had anything to do with this. Now, obviously, we as Hamilton LRT encourage the city to very much so participate and contact the Sherman Hub, which I chair, and the Crown Point Hub, so that we may participate in these completed workshops, which we have had nobody has participated in both the Crown Point and Sherman Hub areas. Very surprising for such community engagement. Finally, the Delta Station. I think, yes. So we've seen International BIA, or Village BIA, speak of alignment. I think it has been very clear that the Delta Station is needed. It needs to be reinstated in our plans and needs to be looked in further for enhancement. This is one of the oldest assets we have. This is an asset that is growing. We're investing more money in it and we're bypassing it. Also creating one of the longest runs between two stations, excluding the one that's crossing the 403. So I think this is something that really needs to be seen, and both Crown Point and Sherman Hub have sent you letters concerning this, and we truly hope that this can be reinstated. Finally, lots of conflict, it seems, but it only means, or it begs, more information, more engagement. We are about to see connectors, but I truly expect the city, the Hamilton LRT office, which is doing a fantastic job on its first steps, but please engage citizens for a better understanding, engage everybody so that we have all the same information and not reading it hodgepodge on social media or just, random. Please officially inform us, business, residents, and all stakeholders. And finally, Hamilton LRT is currently working on a project. We've heard a lot about retail on King Street. We are banding together to work on a particular initiative which right now our working title, don't you dare steal it, Shop the Corridor. I think we will be approaching retailers as we have in the past and BIAs to participate actively to mitigate these.
And we're glad you're doing it, Al. I'm sorry you're way over.
Yeah.
And you said finally about 7 times there, so I let it slide 6 times. So thank you very, very much. Now you do have some questions, so you'll have some opportunity to expand. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. And just, Alain and Mark, right off the bat, I just want to say through you, Mr. Chair, to thank Mark, if you could get his attention, or if he is.
He's reading at the same time.
Oh, perfect. And so on that, actually, Madam Clerk, I don't know if we got an introduction to the work that's happening right here, because I do think it's worth, so if I could just get your name, if that's okay. Helen Martineau. For those that aren't aware, Helen has been transcribing verbatim this entire meeting to give full accessibility, not just to Mark, but to other people who might not have the closed captioning online. So now this is going to be made available for hearing impaired. And I think that that's an incredible example of inclusion and of accessibility. And I just want to thank you for being here today and capturing all of this, because I know it's probably not easy based on how we operate here. So with that being said, and through you, Helen, I just want to say Mark in particular, although Alain does a great job in support. Mark, you have been phenomenal. Yes, and I've watched online, and since you've been in the neighborhood as your counselor, I'm very proud of the work that you guys do. And I just want to say this: are you going to be? Can you be patient with us a little bit? The reason why is when we send these connectors out to do the retail corridor, we only have so many resources, so we're starting there. But can you appreciate that certainly through my office and with David and everybody else, that we're always available for the Sherman Hub and the Crown Point, and that we'll do a better job on some of the information nights, which admittedly even I've missed, admittedly. So I appreciate that, and just wanted to go on the record to say that I appreciate you and the work that you're doing. And if you'll also be patient to know that the Delta is certainly not a done deal. So we're going to fight for that and try to get that back on for the beautiful crown jewel that is Gage Park. So and who knows, maybe Councillor Whitehead, maybe gondolas. So thank you very much for all your good work, and I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you. And move to receive the presentation. Oh, sorry, Councillor Whitehead, I missed you. Councillor Whitehead. No, I didn't do that on purpose.
I did ask for latitude too. So first of all, I want to thank both of you for the spirit and your commitment and dedication as citizens to continue doing what you do in regards to informing, being positive, and understanding that there's different points of view, But at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, and that's what's best for Hamilton. And I think once we don't lose sight of that, we'll arrive. I also want to provide some absolute clarity that it's my understanding, and I've asked this question specifically, none of the city reports, none of the studies that we've received to date from Metrolinx or otherwise has been peer-reviewed. So I was quite honored that Mr. Higgins thought he'd peer-review a study, but it wasn't a scientific study, right? Let's be clear. It was a political study to take a look at data that was inferred or certainly part of broader reports. And for example, when I looked at the IBI report that was presented, part of the framework of the original Metrolinx and City Council's position, it had 5 projects, and I think San Francisco, I can't remember what they are now, but there was 5 very successful projects. But when you looked at the total list in regards to the ridership and what was projected and what was met, over 80% of that list didn't even come close to meeting the ridership. So when I started realizing that maybe there's more to this story, and to build something, you need to understand what fails as well. It's not just about success, but if you don't know where the hurdles are or where the barriers are, then how are you going to resolve them? So you need to understand what they are. You need to understand what those other experiences are. So this report was actually to dig into that level, and you can take a look at, even Portland, they built a new line, 37% lower ridership than they first expected. You look at Miami, they expect 100,000 rides a day. They end up with 10,000, or sorry, 24,000.
I got a point of order here.
I asked for this latitude, Mr. Mayor, you weren't here?
Oh, you asked for it, though, at a certain time, and this isn't the time. That's for, honestly, I'm not trying to patronize.
Well, no, hang on.
That's for the other business point of the agenda, and that is after 2 more reports. Do you want to receive the presentation then?
This was because the report was being brought up in this delegation, and I hadn't formally put that report.
Okay, I don't recall you asking for the latitude. Maybe you did. I have no problem if you want to continue, but I know that our city manager wanted to comment on this, and we're leaving the delegate. So is there a question first for the delegate, and then we'll give you your latitude?
Okay, I'll take the latitude later, the point being that it was to provoke thought. I made this comment earlier today, that too many people in this community believe that all this is about, that the fix is in, and that it's candy-coated, and that there is no downside, it's all positive. And I think I didn't say that. That's what's perceived. I think when you deal with the good, the bad, and the ugly, meaning that you're prepared to take on some of those shortfalls or some of those challenges or some of those failures and take them head on and actually expose them in regards to what the red flags are, what the deficiencies are on our plan, and then to address them openly and transparently. That's when democracy succeeds, because people see that you're asking not only the tough questions, but you're posing and addressing the very difficult challenges that you might have.
Let's assure that we listen to the solutions also.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Move to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Green. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you again, gentlemen, from Hamilton LRT. We have a staff presentation now, and I've been looking forward to this one. It's from Kelly Anderson. She's the not so new anymore, Manager of Communications and LRT Engagement on the city side, and David Derbyshire as well, who's the coordinator of our LRT engagement. I'd ask them to please come forward. I don't know if we, for the media purposes, want everybody in a green shirt to stand behind you up there as you present. They're more than welcome to come down and stand behind, if you like, the green team. This isn't the Matt Green team. They just happen to have green shirts. Come on down and stand behind our presenters, guys. And but you've spent a lot of time reaching out to well over 900 homes and businesses along the route, and so you deserve to be front and center, at least for today's presentation, as a show of gratitude by all of us, I'm sure, on this committee. Kelly, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the subcommittee. So I just want to review quickly for those of you who aren't aware. So a few months ago, we were directed by the subcommittee to find a way to reach out to all of the properties along the LRT route. So in March, we came back Thanks, Lori. So in March, we came back with a communications strategy and an engagement strategy, and one of the key elements that we discussed at that time was this property outreach that we've called the Community Connector Program. So we do have a few of them with us today in the green shirts so that they're recognizable. And for those of you who don't know David, I'm sure most of you have worked with him before, but he has extensive community engagement experience in Hamilton, so we're so fortunate to have him working on this project with us. So here's a picture of them with David. So just to review, some of the objectives of this program were to inform, educate, and engage the properties and residents and businesses along the LRT route, and gather important feedback from them that will help shape our plans. So we have David as our project lead, and then we had 14 community connectors. Some of them were on a full-time basis, some of them were filling in gaps as needed. And at the time that this program was established, we thought there was about 1,000 properties. And the first visit that we're just going to summarize in a few minutes allowed us to get a good baseline data of research of exactly who's out there on the corridor. And we came to the conclusion that we have about 1,095 properties. And this is between McMaster and the Queenston Traffic Circle, but it also includes the James Street North portion. And we've also committed to 2 visits a year for the duration of the project. So we've just completed visit 1 of 16 visits. So I'm going to pass it along to David now because he really led this project, and I'd like him to review the data with you.
Okay, so as we go through the data, the first thing we did is we identified the corridor, and we divided the corridor into 5 sections. You'll see the sections up there. The first section was from McMaster University to the 403. The second section from the 403 to James Street. To James Street. The third section was from Wellington to Ottawa. The fourth section from Ottawa to the Queenston Traffic Circle, and then finally what we refer to as the James Street corridor that included King Street, International Village, all the way down to Wellington Street. We did that intentionally. It reflects many of the wards that are represented in this project, but it also gave us an opportunity to individualize the approaches that we're using. What we based this engagement process on was getting to know the people who live and work and own property along the corridor. I think it was Councillor Johnson earlier who referred to this as a marriage. What we like to refer to this was our first date. So we were going out attempting to engage people or to inform and educate people who own businesses, own properties along this corridor. We began by 3 days of intensive training for our team. What we wanted to do was to really establish the approach, the way we were going to attempt to connect with the people on the corridor. So we spent a lot of time developing our values, understanding what the LRT was so that our community connectors had the right information when we went out there. Because what we wanted to do was to tell people what exists at this point in time. We weren't into the conversation about King Street versus Main Street. This is the corridor that we had been assigned to educate and inform people about, and that was our responsibility. What we also did is we identified the assets that our community connectors had so that we could best utilize their skills to help make this project as full as it can be, recognizing that this was the first of 8 years of attempting to connect and engage with these people. So what we were looking at are two sessions a year, every 6 months, of going out and connecting with folks along the corridor. So our first visit, how do I? Okay. One more. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So our first visit, we want to remember that this was a first date. We were building a relationships. Okay? Let's move on. We also had material that we were making available to the people in the community. So we had 3 pieces of information that we thought were very important. The first one was the route map, because that showed people where the proposed route was going to be. The second one being a thanks for connecting with us. What we wanted to do was to leave something so that people had a way of reconnecting with us, because this isn't a one-off thing. The Community Connector program, we have an initial invitation into the community where we connect with people, but we will be available year-round to connect. And so we wanted to make sure people knew how to get in touch with us after the Community Connector was no longer there. And then the third piece was a sorry we missed you card. And that very much came, again, from what we learned from our community. We had visited people, we had left a thanks for talks, and one of the residents got back to us and said, "You didn't talk to me. You came to my house, you left this card that says thanks for meeting with me, but you didn't meet with us." So we quickly realized we had to add another piece to our information package, and that was a sorry we missed you, which then invited people to let them know that we had been to their door and that we were interested in connecting with them. So what were our results? So we spent 6 weeks going out and talking with people as we went along the corridor. Okay, one of the things we recognized when we completed our initial pass was that 50% of the addresses along this corridor, and we're talking Main Street East, King Street East and West, and Main Street West, almost 50% of them are businesses. So businesses have a great stake in what's happening here. We also identified the amount of residences and the other kinds of buildings and properties that exist along the corridor. Okay? So the next thing that we looked at was the residency time. And if you'll notice at the top we have an N. The N on the previous slide was 1,095. That's the number of properties that exist along the corridor. And it breaks it down into what each of them are. It also identified the vacant properties that exist in the corridor. So the next slide is talking about how long people had lived there, and only about, or exactly 288 of the properties that we engaged with, that we spoke with, identified what their residency time. So again, if you look at this, a vast majority of the properties along this corridor, people have been living, working, owning businesses for more than 5 years. So that's quite a large number of people along this corridor who have vested interest in this community. Okay? So the next slide that we're going to look at is about the people themselves, the connections. So within this corridor, we made, there were a possibility of 1,095 connections, 95 addresses along the corridor, and nearly 80% of those properties received information about the LRT. So we successfully knocked on and connected with and left information at 80% of those addresses. There were 17% of those addresses that we couldn't get access to for whatever reasons. Many of them are walk-ups above stores that don't have lobbies or don't have access to. So the large apartment buildings where you can get into the lobby, but you can't connect with the individual units. So there was a large portion of the population or of the properties along the corridor that we couldn't gain access to. And again, we have 7% vacancy rate within that. So there's a lot of vacant opportunities along the corridor. So now we're going to look at the properties that we actually visited. So of those 1,095 properties, we were able to knock on 831 doors that were occupied. And of those 831 doors, 60% of them, we had a successful face-to-face conversation, and they completed a small survey with us to indicate their knowledge and their interest in the LRT. There was another 9% of those that we met with, but they weren't willing to do a survey at this point in time. And then there were 35%, or 31%, pardon me, whom we visited, but we never received an answer at the door. And this isn't just a one-time pass. We visited each of these addresses a minimum of 5 times. And we did our visits during morning, noon, afternoon, evening, and on weekends. So we looked at the times when people were available to meet with us. And we went to those locations and we had we attempted to engage them. But there was never anyone home. Okay? So what were some of our results? What were some of the things that we learned during our visits with the people along the corridor? And again, we're talking about 302 people that we had a response on this question about too. And that was that 87% of the people along the corridor, of the 302 that answered this question, they knew about LRT. They had some understanding about what LRT was and that it was coming into their neighborhood. But surprisingly, there was about 13% that had no idea about what LRT was. And so this was their first bit of information about LRT. The next result was, the next question we asked was, where do they get their information about LRT? And what we found out is that 50% of those people who responded, and again it's 229 of the people we connected with, they identified the print media as their primary source of LRT information. They then identified the friends and family, TV and radio. They broke it down into a number of areas of where they get their LRT information from. So again, we're going to go back to the 831 properties that we visited. So these are 831 properties that we left information, had face-to-face contact with. And in those addresses, they identified 154 technical concerns. Okay, but remember, this is a first date. And on a first date, you don't always identify what your issues are. You have to build a relationship. So we understood that the people who were giving us their concerns were usually the people that were most concerned, the people that were most passionate about LRT. They provided us with concerns. The majority of folks were just there to listen, hear what we had to say, and then the next time, over the next couple of years, as we go back and visit, they will provide us with some issues at that point in time. The other opportunity they have is they all have contact information. So if after the visit they have a concern or they recognize that they would like to share a concern, they are able to email or phone or contact myself, Kelly, someone in the office, and we will come and talk to them about those issues. But of the concerns that were identified, construction was identified by 39% of the folks. The second most popular concern was around parking. So now what I want to do is I want to break the concerns down to the individual areas. Okay? So if we go back to that first map, the map that we showed, the first area, the McMaster University to the 403 corridor, left turn restrictions and construction were the big issues. Moving east on Dundurn to James Street, parking, construction, traffic congestion, and delivery and customer access were the issues that were raised. Area 3, Victoria to Ottawa, construction, parking, delivery, customer access, traffic congestion, and left-hand turns were identified. Ottawa Street to Queenston, construction, left turns, parking, access, deliveries, traffic congestion. And then finally, James Street in International Village, construction, parking, delivery, customer access, and traffic congestion. So while you see that some concerns are shared across all of the corridor, there are other parts of the corridor that have specific issues to their area. If you look out at the McMaster to the 403 area, they don't identify parking because parking doesn't exist there now along the street. So they weren't losing that. So they weren't identifying parking. And parking's already at a premium, as I'm sure Councillor Johnson can attest in that area. So they know that's a problem. So they're not identifying that. They're identifying the left-hand turns. They're wanting to be able to leave their building in a different way. And with LRT construction, that won't be possible. Again, if we look at Dundurn to James, it has a concern that is particular to them, parking. They talked a lot about the parking challenges that exist when the dedicated bus lane was in that street and they lost parking, and now they're going to lose parking again. So it's something they've experienced in the past, and they were very willing and wanting to share that kind of a concern. So again, if we go through each of the areas, you'll see the particular issue that is most important to that area. So what did we learn during this process? We learned about connecting with franchises. Connecting with franchises is completely different depending on the franchise. There are some franchises who are dictated by head office not to comment about something like LRT. They would like to have a statement made by head office about this particular issue. While there are other franchises that are more than willing and able and have shared many concerns and many ideas about moving LRT forward. The next is translation services. When we went into this, we went in blind. We didn't know what kind of language challenges would exist within the corridor. We are now aware, we know the languages that are required. We've identified Mandarin and Cantonese and Vietnamese as being prominent business owners within this community, and that we need to have translation services available for that. We were able to access translation services through connections here at the city, and we will continue to build and expand that capacity as we move forward and as the need is identified. The third thing that we learned about was the need for telephone appointments. When we went out and did cold calls to 1,095 addresses. And what we experienced is if you go into a business, we recognize the business's first priority is business. We're not there to take anything away from them. So we find out that the business owner is busy, is occupied. And then we come back 2 days later and they're busy and they're occupied. Well, then we're dumb, but we're not stupid. We learned that now we've got to do something different. So what we then did was we started to call the businesses ahead of time. And with businesses, it was possible because their phone numbers are public information. When we're visiting residences, it's a little bit different. But now we could call the business and set up an appointment. Let them tell us when they thought they might be available to meet with us if we were coming back. Okay, so those are all very valuable lessons. When we look at the program, we have to also look at what did we do well? What were we successful at? Well, we completed this canvas in under 5 weeks. From the day that we started till the day we ended, it was about 5 weeks. And one of the pluses is that we had 5 weeks of incredible weather. We're fortunate we did this in June and July. We had sunshine. We finally wrapped up everything on Friday of last week, and wouldn't you know it, Monday was the first day that we've had rain in this city since the Community Connector started. I'm not going to say they're to blame, but I think they brought some beautiful weather to our city and pardon me?
We had one rainy day.
We had one rainy day. Okay. Another success is that 80% of the addresses along the corridor were connected with. Whether it had been face-to-face conversation or information left, 80% of the addresses along the corridor now have information about the LRT that they may not have had before we went. We gathered important information that will help shape our planning, and we received generally a positive reception to the program. Most of the people that we stopped and chatted with, whether they were for LRT or against LRT, and we saw both sides when we were out there. We saw people that thought that the LRT was the second coming, that it's going to carry this city into the future and make it a wonderful and dynamic place to live. And we hope that is what happens. That's my belief anyway. But we also had people that thought it was the devil incarnate, that it was going to take Hamilton on the road to rack and ruin. And we respected all of those views and everything in between, and we experienced everything in between. Because the important thing is that our community connectors weren't there as cheerleaders for the LRT. They weren't there to rah, 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 let's all get on board. They were out to actually talk to people about what they thought, and hear and listen and take notes about what people were thinking and what their concerns were about the LRT. So our next steps, what are we going to do now? Well, we're going to come back out again in October, okay, because we've made that commitment to the folks of our neighborhood. We're going to be coming out every 6 months. Weather permit. I mean, we're in Canada. We have to recognize, we don't want to be out there doing this in January and February. We tried that with Councillor Green's Ward 3 business engagement process, and we froze. We've learned from that. So we're looking at May, October as the months that we would like to run this program. We've also identified that we need now, this is our second date. We've had a first date. So now the next date, we're going to dig a little deeper. We're really going to talk and be more targeted in our questions with the businesses to find out what they would like to see. I was mentioned here earlier today, I think it was Councillor Ferguson, that talked about what do the businesses need in order to mitigate the impact of this construction. The construction is going to happen, and it is going to cause some hardships for the businesses. So what can we do? What can we help them with? What can our partners at Metrolinx, what can the city staff, what can we do to help minimize those impacts? And we want to hear from the businesses, and we want to work together to co-create those strategies. And I talk about strategies because not solutions. Strategies are what we work on. The result of those strategies may be solutions. Hopefully, if we work with our businesses and with our Metrolinx and city partners, we will come up with strategies that result in positive solutions. So we're also looking at workshops and training opportunities for the business owners. We talk about creating a database. Well, not only creating a database, because some of our businesses, folks have been doing this for years, and they don't know databases. So let's help them understand what a database can do and how to make that an effective tool in their business. We're also looking at marketing and media supports. So that's what we've been doing for the last 6 weeks, 7 weeks, going out, knocking on doors. Again, it was this wonderful team. There were 14 of them. We have 6 with us today. We have Damon, we have Joshua, we have Charles, we have Christian, we have David, and we have Judy. And our community coordinators are wide and varied, as you can see. We have business owners. We have a business owner who's moving to the core, who's moving her business to the corridor, right? So we're able to talk to the business people, talk to the people that we're connecting with, and we've got different faces and different levels of expertise and knowledge so that we can make those necessary connections. This is about building a relationship, and that's what we've been attempting to do. So I want to thank this committee for having the foresight to see the importance of this kind of work, to build relationships, to make connections, to bring our community together around this very important development that's going to happen in our city.
Thanks, David.
Yep.
Final thoughts, Kel, or?
No, I think David's done a great job, and just to reiterate that this was the first visit, so we were able to get a great baseline of information that'll help us track change over the 8 years in terms of vacancies and occupied businesses and things like that. So it was a really good first step, and thank you for your support.
Need first date.
Yes, the first date.
Second date's coming. Thank you. Questions? We have a few. We'll have Keenan, Kathy, Susie, and we'll start with Councillor Green, Councillor Whitehead as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And you know, I just first a statement. First, I want to thank you guys for the work that you've done. And I also want to apologize because some of the stuff that you heard here, and I really regret the fact that people didn't stick around for this presentation. If we made one mistake, is we should have had you guys present first, because there has been insinuations around this table that we're not reaching out to the businesses. And then when we do the presentation, they're not even here to hear it, which is a bit frustrating for me, and I want to voice that frustration. Because what we have before us is a comprehensive strategy, one of the first of 16 interactions with the community. Thousands of people engaged, addresses over the course of these 5 weeks, and again in October. And you know, I think what'll be most interesting, Mr. Chair, through you, is that all the conversation around disruptive businesses, it'll be interesting to see kind of actuarially over the next 6 years before there's even shovels in the ground, what happened. So had we not had gone down this path, they might have put 5 years worth of business fluctuation, businesses coming and going, as a fault of LRT construction, when in fact we're probably going to find out, if I'm going to take a wild guess, that over the next 2 or 3 years some businesses are going to come and go as they already do. But through you, Mr. Chair, first Kelly, fantastic branding, very comprehensive Q&A. A lot of the misconceptions that we're hearing out there have been answered, dropped off at every address and residence across the corridor. Really too bad people didn't stick around for this. But given that sense, second time around, to you or to David, learned lessons, what are going to be some of the approaches, or what will be some of the things based on your feedback, like great statistical analysis in this? I'll make sure this is given to every councillor, so even if they left this meeting, they'll get this so they can't question in the future. What are some of the things that you've learned, and what will be your next step in terms of how you're going to approach some of the concerns that have been raised?
Okay. Sorry, in terms of lessons learned, there were a couple of minor blips we had where, and Susie, thank you for bringing this to our attention. There was a couple of times that we had some information we had to go back and re-clarify, so that helped a lot, and that was a good lesson learned. So thanks to Susie for bringing that to our immediate attention. But I think, David's really touched on all of it. Is there anything really specific? Well, we have some things we're going to do that are separate from the Community Connector program. Like we started a Twitter FAQ series. So I could speak to that, and then maybe David can speak a little bit more about the Community Connectors lessons learned. But we started one last week. We sent out a video question and answer of Paul. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah.
So we've taped about 10 frequently asked questions so far, and we're going to ask the community to submit them through Twitter. So it's through the City of Hamilton Twitter account, because some of the same questions are coming up, and sometimes it's hard. We have an FAQ on our website, but they're long answers, and sometimes it's just easier for a person to explain it. So that's something new that we're trying, and we're hopeful that that's going to work. So we're going to continue to send those out. Probably the next one will go out this week later. So we're going to start doing some different things.
Incredible.
Okay.
And you know, again, oh, sure.
Yeah,
please,
David.
yes.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I think we recognize the skills and assets that are necessary among the community connectors that are delivering this program, because we're only as effective as the information that we can provide to our community connectors so that they're out there giving as accurate information as possible. We also recognize how we deploy our community connectors across the corridor. We identified 5 areas. What we found out after we went out is these aren't equal, they might appear to be equal distances on the corridor, but they don't represent equal distribution of the addresses along the corridor. So what we have now that we didn't have going into this project is an accurate database. And I mentioned databases as being important for our businesses, but the database is also very important to us because that tells us who we need to see. We've also identified those gaps, those buildings that we weren't able to get into. And how do we develop a strategy to connect with those people, to get access? And when you think of some of the apartment buildings in Councillor Johnson's ward, right? You look at Beverly Hills, there's 300 units in there. Do we have the time and resources to knock on every door, or do we have to develop another strategy to attempt to engage those larger apartment buildings? And there are many buildings that you can't even get in the front door. You know, so we have to look at how we go about doing that.
Well, you can certainly appreciate, Mr. Chair. I know being the ward councillor elected with other ward councillors elected in support of LRT, very connected to our communities, elected by our communities, know our communities very well. I'm sure you can appreciate the frustration when we have other people somehow suggesting that we don't know our communities, which has been a pet peeve of mine. And so when we talk about empirical data, when we talk about the data, the questions that Councillor Whitehead has been raising, here we are now with this program that will have empirical evidence and data and the ability for us to reach out, follow up with, and give the outstanding customer service and quality of service that, quite frankly, none of our individually would know about. And, you know, I couldn't imagine going out to Flamborough or going out to, say, Ward 7 and pretending to know what they want, but I certainly appreciate the fact that you're down there knocking on the doors, being Johnny Appleseed or St. John the Evangelist or whatever you want to call it, having those conversations so that we can identify where the issues are. And I think what's most telling are your graphs and your data. Like this is real. So again, I apologize that we didn't have you guys moved first. And I'd like to say this right now through you to the clerk, that in future updates from this group, before we hear delegations that come and go and spend 3 or 4 hours of our time with some questions that are happening, that we have this update. Because this update would have killed that conversation in about 10 minutes. So that's my regret from today in terms of the work that you guys have put out, and I appreciate that, and certainly look forward to having you in October. And when you do, I'll certainly make sure that you speak first so that people can see the thousands of community contacts that have happened across this corridor. Thank you very much.
Can I just note one more thing I forgot to mention was, so obviously our community connectors aren't urban planners or transit experts. They're community relations people, and they do a great job at that. So I wanted to note that there are many instances where information was passed off to our technical team, and they actually went out and visited with a property if needed, looked at turning radius issues or delivery access concerns. Obviously, we couldn't do that for all 1,095 properties, but where there were cases where this team was not able to answer the questions, we went back, or sometimes we follow up with a phone call or things like that. So, you know, the information that we received really is shaping the technical team's plan and strategy.
Did you measure that? Like how often you had to send in the planners, the experts? What percentage are we talking about there?
I would say it was a handful of times of actual in-person visits, and there was probably a handful of phone calls, follow-up phone calls.
Thanks. Susie.
First of all, I just wanted to say great job. So this is definitely a program that gives us the real facts and data that we need to work with on this project. One of the things I'd just like to maybe suggest before you go out in October is it might not hurt to actually set up a meeting with the BIA so that we know what information is going out to our members. There's a little bit of a disconnect there, and we want to make sure we are also connectors and communicators of information to our membership, and we would like to know what's being presented to them and making sure that our facts match up. I know there was a bit of confusion, which Kelly swiftly dealt with, and I appreciated that. But there's, I would like to caution that there is the opportunity that if there is wrong information going out, it could be catastrophic to the work that the BIA is trying to do. So I would also just say that where I'm having a bit of a problem getting my head around is how are the property owners being dealt with in this scenario? So in our BIA, we have, 150 property owners and we have 135 businesses. So the property owners are really the ones that are the ones invested financially in this to a certain degree as long-term tenant or property owners. And I'm just curious as to if there's any sort of planned discussions with them or meetings with them, because I know even if they knew when you were coming out to their business, perhaps they could be present, because I think they have a large voice in this, and I wouldn't want to miss that.
So through the chair, before we started the actual face-to-face visits, the team hand-delivered a letter to every property along the route to introduce the program, and it was addressed to the property owner, and it was signed by myself and Jamie Robinson from Metrolinx. Now, it was hand-delivered, so if the property owner wasn't there, we asked them to pass it on. But we're also, just to cover our bases, in August, we're planning on sending a registered letter to all property owners to let them know about the upcoming public information centers in September and sort of the status of the project, just to make sure that they get the information as well. And this is a process, as David said, this was the first visit, so we're going to continue to refine our database and make sure that we get to everybody as soon as possible.
Excellent. That's great to hear, because I can't stress enough the importance of engaging with the property owners on this. They tend to be a little bit quieter and then come out at the last minute, and we'd hate to see that happen. So yeah, I would just like to reiterate, if you could maybe just set up a meeting with us before you go out, so we know when you're out as well, so we can make sure that our businesses are also prepared. We could send something out in our newsletters letting them know you'll be out, and really work together with you on this. That'd be great.
Absolutely.
Great. Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have lots of compliments to the team. Thank you very much for going out and talking to as many people as possible. But I have a lot of questions related to the technological aspects of the survey that you completed. So again, I would really appreciate having a meeting with you to discuss what those technical questions might be.
Absolutely.
One of them might be the fact that of the 1,095 properties facing the corridor is what you're saying. So if a building was on the corridor but not facing with their physical address, do you include them in that scenario?
Yes. Oops.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, what we attempted to do, if the building had frontage on the corridor, then we would attempt to engage that building as well.
But their address wasn't technically on.
Their address was not technically on the corridor, but they had frontage on the corridor.
Okay, thank you. And then what percentage of the businesses that you spoke to, were they the actual owner or manager of the business?
Through the chair, we haven't been able to figure out those numbers yet. We're still in the process of crunching those numbers. As I say, the project just completed on Friday, so we're still in the process of gathering some of those numbers. We asked in each of the interviews whether you were the owner, and then we got into the issue, were they the owner of the business or the owner of the property? And so again, that's a refinement for our next level of engagement with the addresses to find out more in-depth information around that.
Great. And so obviously the snapshot of the vacancy rates are just really what that is. It's just a snapshot in time. And it would be really interesting to see the change in that throughout the course of the times that you're going to go out and see them. So thank you for taking that snapshot. We have that information as well in terms of the BIA's snapshot, but your comparison notes, if we can do that, would be helpful. Following up on the frequently asked questions, just putting them on Twitter and Facebook isn't going to be enough. A lot of these businesses aren't on Facebook and Twitter, so having something that either is on the city's website or a handout or something, or even to the fact that Susie and I do newsletters, if we can get those frequently asked questions and the answers to them, would be really helpful to communicate to our
So through the
members.
chair, there is a frequently asked questions section on our webpage right now at hamilton.ca/LRT, and I'm happy to share that with you when I get back to my desk.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Keenan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've heard it often, and I've come to really realize this, that this project will only be successfully implemented through communication, communication, and communication. And so if that's the case, what you're doing is probably the most important element to this entire project. So thank you very much for what you're doing. I have a number of questions, and then I have to go pick up my kids at McMaster. Number one, what have you done with some of the downtown office towers?
Through the chair to Keenan. The much larger buildings, we have a separate strategy for connecting with them. McMaster University, Columbia College, Stelco Tower, or what used to be the Stelco Tower, those larger buildings. Again, we may have connected with the street level occupant of those buildings, but the towers are a separate responsibility.
And whose responsibility?
Well, again, that will be part of the office's responsibility to set up meetings, again, to develop a strategy for how best to disseminate the information within those buildings.
Okay.
Okay, and that would apply as well to the large apartment buildings that I referenced earlier, the Beverly Hills and some of those big apartments in Ward 1, where we have to connect with the superintendents, the property managers, to develop a strategy for connecting with them. As you can well imagine, there's 300 apartment units in a building. That's a whole canvas in and of itself. That's 5 weeks of work right there to engage that many people at once. So we'll look at other strategies besides the one-to-one conversations.
Okay, thank you. And are you collecting email addresses as you do this, so to create a mailing list?
Again, through the chair, yes, we have been developing an email list, and we've broken the email list into according to issues. So if there's a common group of people that have specific issues, we can respond to them, and we will also have a general email list. Again, not all businesses, not all residents have email addresses, but those that were willing to share it with us. And again, in respect to our legal counsel who's here, with any email addresses that we collected, we let the folks know that we would only use those email addresses for work of the LRT committee, the city and Metrolinx, and that if at any time they would like to be excluded from that list, they just have to let us know, and we will delete their email information.
So I think it's really important that ultimately we understand that there are really two groups of people. Right now, obviously, you're dealing with the retail businesses and the storefronts along the route, but we have 25,000 commuters that work in downtown. And so obviously when it comes especially to construction, and especially between the 403 and downtown, et cetera, it's going to be really important to provide that information and update those 25,000 people and help them understand what the new routes are and how to get around and whether they're bus shuttles that we determine are the best impact mitigation measures, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm happy to hear that that is the case. So what happens now with the team between now and October?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they rest.
Okay.
They've been out, they've been walking a lot of miles over the last number of weeks. We're looking at reconvening the middle of September at the same time that the public information centers will be opening. And so we will bring the team back together. We will look at who we need to replace, because the life circumstances for many of our community connectors may have changed by that time, and so we will hopefully have the majority of them back to continue, because they'll have a solid knowledge base, but they'll also have a solid appreciation of the values that we bring to this work. And I think that is critically important to the success. They're respectful of the people that they deal with. They're inclusive, they attempt to be helpful. And so that's very important. So we're going to bring the majority of them back. We're going to give them another couple of days of refresher. I'm sure they'll be a whole wealth of information that they will need to be sharing. There'll also be a separate approach around some of the strategies that we might be developing around mitigating the impact, finding out what the businesses want. So there'll be that similar type of training that will happen again. And then we're looking at them being deployed early October. Okay.
So thank you. That was going to be my next question, because obviously if we're creating a relationship, if we're going to go with that metaphor, continuity is important. So it's important to have the same faces, and obviously as well, they're building knowledge over time, and we want to make sure, as you and I have dealt with this already, not having the best information possible. So obviously that's going to build over time with each of the talented members that you've chosen. So that's excellent. Thank you for that.
Could I just add something through the chair? David is going to have a much-earned vacation, but he's not going anywhere in between the two canvases, so people have the cards with his contact information on it. So I just wanted to reiterate that if people are trying to get in touch with us in between, they have a way, and there's continuity between now and October. Just wanted to reiterate that. Okay.
I just have a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. With regards to the collection of data, what other plans do we have? So, you know, we've talked a lot about uplift. We talked a lot about impact. Is it our intention to collect, obviously I think we can get property values through MPAC or through our own sources, but in terms of the current revenue right now that a business might be receiving in 2016 versus 2018, 2020, 2025 and beyond, so that we have the empirical data that we need, so that we're no longer, you know, just shooting from the hip, really, so that we're actually, so that ultimately when this project is done, and it's going to get done, and I promise it will get done, that we actually are able to measure what the impact was for these businesses over time and for our city over time as well. That would be really important to me, and I would think that would be important to the city and to Metrolinx as we look forward to other projects within the region over the next 25 years.
Paul, would you like to respond to that? And then Dave,
Through the chair, I think you raised some very good points. It may also be worthwhile. I had to go and use the facilities. I came back in as you talked about some of the larger employment-driven pieces that are coming into the downtown core, that this is really where the chamber and this program need to work together. We have a specific mandate for this program, which may be slightly different than some of the pieces you're working on. But to the specific question, I think those are the kinds of questions that we're getting some feedback now on, so that we build a different set. We are not going out 16 times asking the same questions and just delivering information. So it's deeper information. So I don't think we could say yes or no right now. Thanks for that, because I think there's ways we could build those questions in easily into our questionnaire. So thank you.
Okay, so thank you, and so I look forward to co-creating future surveys as well as co-creating the strategies that the businesses need to make sure that the impact to them is mitigated. That to me is my biggest concern, and is something that I've pledged this organization to, is that, you know, until that very first maiden voyage, when we're all on the very first LRT run along the Beeline here, you know, we will be providing leadership as an organization to do everything we can, and working with Metrolinx and the city to mitigate the impact to the business community. There are a lot of best practices out there. We know many already, and we don't have to look much further than Waterloo. So we look forward to co-creating those with you as well. And
sorry, on that, David wanted to.
Yes.
Dave, did you want to make a comment? Okay.
Okay. So thank you, and as I said, I have to leave.
No problem. Now you're going to leave. You just woke up the baby. Finally, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. I actually had the privilege, I'm not sure why it was so late, but I received the presentation, I think it was about 9. I don't know if that's a glitch or what, but I received it and I actually read it thoroughly, and I was never so impressed. The amount of area you covered and what you've accomplished. So I want to echo that this is best practices to do what you're doing, and I want to congratulate each and every one of you. I do get a lot of calls, and unfortunately, they're not always from supporters of LRT. And a lot of them are downtown, and people think that it's just made up, but I'm going to tell you who they are. Financial institutions, not financial institutions, sorry, financial,
Payday loan company?
no, planners, or insurance, or lawyers, because a lot of law offices in the town core. So, and I'm hearing from a lot of those lawyers. So I want to know, are you now out there, have you met and gone into some of the law offices and met with lawyers to talk about the things that we've talked about with others?
To reiterate a response from earlier?
Yeah, again, through the chair, we have been in touch with some of the smaller law offices that exist along the corridor, along the King Street and Main West area. The larger offices, again, are part of the bigger complexes that we're still developing our strategy to connect with them.
I appreciate that, because I think that's, a lot of people, when they think commercial, they don't necessarily think that these other institutions or these other businesses that are operating and provide employment in our downtown are part of that fabric, but they are, and they need to be included in all the consultation. And I'm glad I'll be able to send emails back and say, look, I know I got Kelly's contact information. I can guarantee you that. But we'll make sure that when I start getting inquiries, I can send that information off and make sure that somebody goes over there and talk to them about whatever their concerns or issues are. I want to say that I started going like page by page in regards to the survey, the data, the percentages, and the work that you did this morning. I sorry didn't get the chance to say the whole presentation, but I felt like I already owned it because of what I absorbed this morning, and I've been very impressed. And I think that if you continue doing the work that you're doing, that this is an example of how to do it right. And we still got a lot more work to do. There's still a lot, as you indicate, there's a lot more people to get to. We're not, and you're not always going to have the answers, but the fact that you have that conduit to the technical experts to provide that information is very helpful. So I want to thank each and every one of you.
Councillor Johnson.
Very quickly, what I can report is that in my conversations with the businesses in Ward 1, I'm getting positive feedback. Several businesses have said to me that they've had positive, good, helpful conversations with our connectors, and I just wanted to say I've heard that feedback and it's appreciated. Thanks.
And Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
I want to thank the good work of David and the team as well. It was always the intent to have an aggressive communication strategy. I think this is the beginning, and it's going to be a communication strategy that doesn't begin and end in October. It'll begin and end when the project's finished. So it is going to be a consistent effort to ensure that we connect with people, that people have an opportunity to voice their concerns and their issues. That they have a way of doing that, and they've had a way of doing that, all the way through. In fact, I get lots of calls from people, my constituents in the lower city and along that route, and business people. I refer them all, if I can't answer the question, to our good staff who, invariably come up with the appropriate answer, and if they can't answer, they tell them when that answer will be available. And that's, there's many things that are still in flux and still being developed. That still talks about how we're going to roll this out. So I think, to commend the team, the Green team, for continuing that good work. We'll hope to see you all back in October doing some more of the same good work. And as I say, this is not beginning and ending in October. This is going to be an ongoing communication strategy. That was always the intent. That is the intent today. And it'll be the intent tomorrow until the project is done. So thank you. Good work, David. Terrific. Nobody better to do this communication engagement work than David Derbyshire. He's been doing it for decades on the Community Foundation side. McQuestion Urban Farm, by the way, I was there yesterday and had a good look around, and it's looking absolutely fantastic. Lots of activity, lots of growth, lots of good things happening there. Thank you for all your great work, and we'll look forward for more of the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well said. I'll just briefly say thanks and continued great efforts. A well-deserved break. You're not getting rich, but you're shedding a few, and the weather has been almost perfect. So Yeah, I should be wearing a green shirt instead of a pink shirt. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it very much. Move to receive Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? That is carried. And now to 8.1. We move to the LRT Transit Project Assessment Process Update. If there's any questions or discussions on this report? None? Move to receive Councillor Green, seconded by Mayor Fred. All in favor? That's carried. And new business. Any new business?
I do have before me, Mr. Chair, the motion. I need to formalize this, that I move that we request, or that we direct clerks to create a tally of letters in support and and what they represent in terms of organizational, business, BIA, and likewise. Moved by myself, seconded by Mr. Mayor.
All in favor?
Carried.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Any other new business? Councillor Whitehead?
You said that, is this the point, or would this be the, well, you sure now? I just want to make sure I'm not.
I'm positive, and I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier, but this is the more appropriate time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to make it clear as a councillor, and we're trying to represent the whole city, that there are a lot of important aspects to this project that are important to everybody and questions that need to be answered. I don't think anyone on this horseshoe disagrees with that point. I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that I have basically dedicated a lot of weeks with my assistant Howard Rabb and reviewing a lot of reports. And I want to thank Metrolinx. I sat with, and I want to thank Paul, because we did sit with the mayor and Metrolinx and consultants and had a number of discussions. I can tell you that we've talked to economists, transportation economists from the Federal Treasury, who talked to us about commercial uplift and the challenges around LRT. I can tell you that we looked at numbers, and I don't think this is done by purpose, because the problem with everything we believe to be true has changed. And it's changed because the plan and the scope has changed. So that has created a little bit of confusion in regards to getting straight answers, because apparently we're reformulating those numbers. So when we look, the purpose of the report that went out is identify some of the, I believe, real concerns and questions that need to be resolved to raise that, certainly the comfort level and hopefully the success of this particular this project. It was meant to actually create dialogue. It wasn't meant to be peer reviewed. It was a political report, let's be clear. But it was pulling data that was referred to or relied on by some of our own reports. And I gave an example earlier where you had 5 cities, very successful cities, but they came off a list of the balance of them not even coming close to meeting their ridership. So it's concerning when you don't get all the information. And I would only ask, as I go through all this stuff, that we need to know the good, the bad, and the ugly, because if you don't, then how do you prepare for the unpredictable, or certainly experiences that have existed and yet we're not even talking about? So it was really to provoke thought, provoke discussion. I do have real concerns that I don't want my children or my future grandchildren to be imposed with operating cost because we didn't meet those ridership targets. It is concerning, and I identify this, that if you don't have the networks to feed this system, I want to be clear, this is what we discovered. Successful LRT systems, and the ones they cited in the IBI report, for example, they have park and ride, you can check that off. Well, that's not in our plan. They have strong interconnections of blast networks to the suburbs. We can't check that one off. They had congestion issues. We can't check that one off. They have they had significant ridership, well over the 2,000 peak hour per service. We can't check that one off. So when you start going down the list of successful LRT systems, you take a look at what we're dealing with now. Now, those numbers are still being quantified assessed, so I want to certainly give the benefit of the doubt. But currently, with the numbers that we've had to date, for example, the IBI talked about the ridership hitting 1,800 peak hour per direction by 2031. Well, let's be clear, in that report, if that, and I might understand we can no longer rely on that, but if we did, that would mean that the operating cost, the operating per passenger on that transit system would be a greater cost than what would currently cost us to deliver the system, and it would come at the cost and the expense of the taxpayers of this community in one corridor. So these are legitimate questions and legitimate concerns. The good news, I guess, and what I'm hearing, is that we can't really rely on the numbers in the past because they're doing due diligence now. I think what's important to me is trying to understand, for example, on Uplift, and I've asked this question, and you were in the paper and you made this point that I had every opportunity to ask the question. Well, I want to make it clear to my councillor colleagues. A number of these questions I've been asking from day one, and I still haven't got the answer for. It's not because staff is avoiding the question. They just haven't got to the point of having the depth of knowledge and assessment to make those kinds of decisions. So it's not a criticism, but the reality is it's not that I haven't stopped asking those questions. So, of course, the Uplift questions, and my understanding there's a current study underway. Can I ask who's actually doing it, and is it being peer-reviewed?
So through the chair to the councillor, Infrastructure Ontario has partnered with Enbury Lion to tackle that land value uplift and also looking at land value capture, which is a component that we may be interested in as this moves forward. So that report is due late fall in terms of that piece. And peer review, I don't believe, was part of the scope of the contract. So in terms of peer reviewing all of these pieces, that's not been part of the work. We'll be bringing forward those reports done by people. You'll have a chance to see all of those and ask the questions around how they're basing their opinions. But that's the group that's doing it. Infrastructure Ontario working together with Enbury Lion.
So I appreciate that. So it's not being peer-reviewed, so let's put a check mark on that one. The next question I was going to ask is, it's my understanding that we're underway right now doing ridership projections. The numbers that we've had to date are dated, is that correct?
So through the chair to the councillor, we are running all of the numbers based on today's figures. So I don't want to talk too much about the past, but the past was the past. So we are running these numbers based on what new information we're getting from planning in terms of growth projections and other pieces like that. Looking at the revised route, which you mentioned, and how we might feed this line in different ways, because clearly our transit hub is no longer at Eastgate. It's going to be at the Queenston Traffic Circle because we need that to help feed that East End line. So those are the pieces that are there. So I think the best answer to where we're getting the numbers is we're building the numbers for this project based on the latest information we have, so that you can see the assumptions and the working information that we have that will ultimately build how this system will run, and most importantly, to the questions that continue to be around this table, the operating and maintenance components of this, which can go a number of different directions, and so we'll need to look at those as well.
So the ridership numbers will be done by when? Through the chair.
Heading into the fall, we'll have both, we'll have the ridership pieces, and you're starting to get an update as early as the next GIC meeting through the chair on some of the traffic work that we're doing, so you can understand a bit of how we're going about the traffic work. The ridership stuff and deeper traffic dives will happen September, October time.
So, and I guess the other concern I have when you look at some of the reports, and I want to put this on in public, originally there was a 95-cent per passenger in the Metrolinx report, and when we talked to them, they indicate actually that's a mistake, it should be 45 cents. And then when we tried to identify where the 45 cents came per passenger at the peak hour, or the where we would end up with the amount of riders, they couldn't tell us. So I'm trying to understand, do we have a range at this point in time? I guess the real question then is, do we have what the operating cost will be? Because originally I think it was estimated at $13.5 million at 22 trains along that corridor. Has it changed? Has those numbers changed in regards to the operating?
Through the chair to the councillor, the bottom line is we don't have a design. So in terms of the operating, working through those pieces, we have to go through the process of locking down what the design looks like. So things we've talked about today, adding stops, moving stops, dealing with that, all has an operational impact. It is part of the work plan. It will come forward. The other piece of this is that in the original iterations of the report that talked about cost structures and operating costs, of course, we had no idea how the funding structure would work. So now we know that a capital component of this is 100% paid for by the province. And the operating and maintenance will have to take into account a number of factors. And so I call it the old T ledger that you learned in high school economics. There's a number of things at play. So it's difficult to say just on one piece it's this, because we've got gas tax to worry about. We've got, you know, the whole operating model really has to come into focus. So I know that's a longer answer, but I just want to give you the bouncing ball, how it goes. We have to get the design nailed down, which allows us to talk about the operations, things like runtime, frequency, all of those pieces come into play, which then we can translate into, so how do we go about building that operating and maintenance agreement?
So currently, we're providing that service at $1.07 per passenger on the bus system. It was estimated that from the get-go, we would, on the LRT system, be about $1.85 per passenger until you got your ridership to the level that you can diminish that cost on the operating. Has that changed?
Through the chair, we haven't had those I can't provide you with that information today.
Okay. The next question then is, on the timeframes, regards to the distance from Centre Mall to, or not, sorry, the Queen Street Circle to the McMaster. I want to get on record because it seems to be some misunderstanding or misinterpretation. So currently, my understanding is it's going to be 25 minutes, and it's equivalent to our current B-line.
Through the chair to the councillor. So 25 minutes is a number that even I have talked about in public meetings as an estimate. What can change that is what we've talked about today.
Yeah.
We add more stops, we change it. We delete stops, we increase it. And so what you saw in our design, and people say, well, why is it less stops? We were operating under the kind of rapid, reliable, safe piece, and 13 stops got us to that piece. But you're quite right that in terms of an estimation of time, it's around the 25-minute mark. You'll remember that the previous plan going all the way to Eastgate was somewhere in the 31, 33-minute range.
And the point I was going to make, the checklist I forgot to mention was and everything we looked at, certainly Howard and I, when we went through all the reports and did some interviews, we couldn't find any node to destination successes. In fact, most of them and people we talked to said, you got to go from destination to destination. Have we flushed that out ourselves? Because Eastgate to Mac would be a destination. Going from on a partial line, have you found any models that we can look at?
Through the chair of the councillor, no, I'll have to take that away and think through that. I think, it's been raised a number of times. We're trying to work with what it looks like now that it's at the Queenston Traffic Circle, and I think we can come up with a lot of solutions on the transit side of things for that interface. But the point's well taken, and I'll go away and ask some of the folks on the team whether they've got examples of where this has occurred.
And park and ride. I get again, all those examples that was cited in the past had park and rides. Are we doing any park and ride on this LRT corridor?
So through the chair of the councillor, the project had never envisaged, the earlier project nor this project, having park and ride facilities right at the terminus locations. It's certainly something we're hearing, and so in terms of public feedback and conversation, not only from yourself and other colleagues around the table, but from the community, we are hearing that. this feeds in a little bit to the fact that we do have parts of our community that are not well served by conventional transit, and so they are saying, look, even if I wanted to take conventional transit and connect in, it's very hard for me or impossible. One of the strategies that HSR, I understand, is looking at, and we want to sit down with them and flesh this out a little bit more, is to look at how we would connect really suburban opportunities for parking to be there, which would then get you on a very good transit link that would connect you into the LRT. Example of that in Mount Hope.
Yep.
So you can go to the transit hub and center up there and get onto transit and move down there. There are opportunities. I know in Ward 4, Councillor Marula and I at a public meeting, mused about what could happen in partnership at Eastgate to connect people into the system. But parking at the McMaster end, as you can imagine, is a difficult proposition because of the lack of land that's around there. And the Queenston Traffic Circle, it wasn't something we had been thinking about, but I think the feedback's important, and I can assure you that I'm hearing it not only from the public, but from some of the colleagues around the council table.
I appreciate that. So the traffic study, what is the status of that? And expected.
So through the chair to the councillor, you'll actually get an update on traffic at the next GIC, which is August the 8th. It is not a fulsome description of that, but what it will do is actually give you some highlight moments of what we're discovering in the early pass of the traffic studies. The rest of the study work will roll out into the fall, and then we'll have to start to look at some specific solutions around it. So you talked about earlier, actually, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We around the office call it the good, the bad, and the otherwise. And you're going to see some of the areas, not where it's impossible, but where there's challenges that we have to look at. So, traffic will, as it did in 2011, will indicate that there are some challenges that we're going to have to deal with. The good news is that so far in the modeling work, we don't think any of those solutions are beyond our abilities to solve, but we need to do that deeper work. So you're going to get an update on process on August the 8th, and a little bit of the early information that we're seeing so that you can understand where we're headed, and then more of that September, October, and then through the rest of the calendar year, we'll be building those solutions.
And I had an email from an individual in regards to a particular business that is sensitive to electromagnetic. So do we have any information on how that may impact some businesses that are sensitive to that kind of emittance?
So through the chair of the councillor, we'll be doing some of those studies. There are some specific cases we'll be undertaking detailed electromagnetic interference studies, and we did that the last time around with this project, and we'll continue to do that. And if there is some concern of a specific business because of highly specialized technology, part of the exercise of sharing with the public what's happening is we need to know about that so we can go in and understand what the problem is, and then and look at solving it. In parallel to that, across the entire corridor is a noise and vibration study, which I know is also of interest to many businesses as well. So yes, that is technical work that we'll be undertaking.
And I appreciate that. So, Mr. Chair, I had asked those questions. I want to sort of identify the purpose of the report. It does draw attention on certain issues that I think are important. But more importantly, I think that, and I want to make this clear publicly, because I probably don't say it enough, that I think Paul Johnson is doing a wonderful job. I don't think we could have a better person in that position. He communicates very well. And I'm sure he's immersed himself so deeply in this file that he doesn't know which way is out anymore. So I want to thank him for his generosity. I want to continue working with him on some of these, and Andrew as well. I want to thank, and I will continue working with Metrolinx. You know what my concerns are. You know what the numbers are saying, and I want to make sure that those worst case scenarios aren't going to be experienced in the city of Hamilton. This will in fact be the best system it can possibly be, and it will mean that we're going to have to probably make more investments, or certainly secure dollars to make sure that we have those investments. So I want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Councillor Marula.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, I do want to emphasize that this particular line that we're presently debating and working on implementing is just one small line of an entire blast system. It's important that we continually repeat this, because when people are just focused on this incomplete line, which that's what it is, it's incomplete, up towards the completion, the blast system, then you're going to get a system that is going from Eastgate to McMaster. Actually going to go to Waterdown, to the mountain, and the airport to the waterfront, from Ancaster to Center Mall, from Ancaster to Eastgate. So every single one of these interconnect, and ultimately you'll be able to travel from Eastgate to Ancaster, from Ancaster to Waterdown, and everywhere in between with the HSR. So we need to be focusing on the clarity of this, that the B-line, and this is not even a full B-line, it truly is only 3/4 of the B-line, is only one tiny step towards ultimately incorporating the blast line, which is really the end goal and what we're working to strive to get there. But if we don't end up starting the B-line, we're never going to blast off. So let's just leave it at that. Thank you.
Mayor Fred.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to ask staff, last time that we met with Councillor Whitehead, in fact, we talked about doing a comprehensive report on how we got to where we are, both including talking about some of the questions that have been answered, that the questions keep being asked over and over again, but some of the issues that got us to where we are today, and some kind of comprehensive overview of Main Street, King Street, all the issues that some are now kind of rolling around as issues or concerns, I know have been addressed previously, and I thought we were going to work towards creating a comprehensive document to kind of outline that. So could you kind of give me a sense, Paul, as to where we're at with that, or are we still on track to do that for all members of council and public, quite frankly?
Through the chair to the mayor, I think what we could do, and I've had some communication with clerks about this. Clerks certainly put together a chronology of reports and timelines. We had at one point talked about printing that off. The suggestion was that it's probably better as an electronic link tool, but I'm certainly open to ideas around that. And I actually think the strongest report that takes us through that and step by step is actually the report that this council approved last August. It is a very good synopsis in, I think it's about 17 pages minus appendices. It's a very good synopsis of the engagement done, of the work that's been completed, and when major studies were completed. And I actually think it's the most concise document. So I have no problem actually making sure that we in paper copy circulate that. And I'm not trying to slough off work, but when things have been done so well, sometimes it's just worth highlighting the things that were done well. The piece that, we've talked about around the office is whether there's some of these other reports, the McMaster Institute of Technology report, the benefits case analysis, that we might have a small binder that gets circulated of these reports that are not council reports, but are external reports to us, if that's helpful. So, I'm open to suggestions, but my suggestion is that we probably circulate that August report that gives a clear indication of that, and then dig a bit deeper into specific issues at the time. And that's why I say one of the things we will bring forward, I think I hear enough about it, is just some information on Main King, not new information in terms of we've stopped work and looked at it, but a very crisp report in terms of what happened Main versus King, which doesn't exist in last year's council report.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I think that's important for us to get out once again and maybe revisit time and time again if we need to, because I think where we've been and where we are today are different, but not radically different, that we've kind of departed from, the whole plan that was previously done. So 30% of the design was done on the main line that we're still basically talking about today. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, many of the components of the LRT project are unchanged we're obviously going a lot deeper because now we're looking at true construction of it. But the main west component of it was always going to be center running and center catenary system, piece in the east end. We're working through some things that are very similar to what we've seen before, but cleaning it up in terms of the design and alignment that we've presented over the last half year or so.
Right. Appreciate that, and I think that's an important issue because there's some that are trying to paint the picture that we're talking about a radically different design or approach. Not really. There are a couple of adjustments and changes, but essentially much of the design work that was done on the main line is still the design work that we're evolving here today. So I'm I don't want to get into, somebody else's report. I mean, others will judge that. I don't think we need to get into that. But we do need to make sure that we provide the comprehensive information that people are looking for in terms of how we got here. So we can't keep going back to those same questions over and over again. And, that was then. This is now. Now we're into implementation phase, and that's a whole different level of effort and work that needs to take place, and a whole range of different studies that need to be done to fulfill where we want to go. So I appreciate everything staff are doing. I know that they know which way is up, and up is we're implementing LRT. That's the direction that our staff have been given. That's the direction that they're taking. Until this council changes that direction, that's the direction they should continue on. And to Councilor Marula's point, it's one element of a complete network. So for folks that are trying to narrow it down to a downtown, lower city, just that is not true. It never has been. It isn't true today. It wasn't true yesterday, and won't be true tomorrow. Network. To fulfill the entire network, we need some additional funding. There's a commitment made today, and there always has been in place, that we pursue that entire network. And even if we don't get that there's an interest and a desire and a need to integrate this into our existing transit network from upper city to lower city to Waterdown to Ancaster to Stony Creek. So it's, and where do we begin? Well, fortunately, we begin with $1 billion investment. That's pretty attractive. Is there a cause for us to undo that, or find ways to block that, or find rationales to come up with a different scenario? I'm not sure what the different scenario is. I haven't seen anything in anyone's report that talks about a different direction. So let's get on with the game. And you know what? We've got alignment with all of our elected representatives, mostly. We are certainly provincially and federally. We've got alignment with our provincial and federal governments, who are much in line with the transit investments that we're about to make. Our federal government is talking about transit in a big way, and are prepared to look at transit investments in the future. So we're in line with what I think the city needs, and what the city leadership believes is the right thing to do for our community over the long term. It's not about today only, it is about tomorrow, and tomorrow's tomorrow. About 10 years from now, about 20 years from now, and the future conditions that we're going to experience when those issues come around. So I'm appreciative that if we could reissue that comprehensive document, I think that would be very helpful. And if we can disseminate it electronically, publicly, that would be very helpful as well. But certainly all members of council, some that are here that should be hearing all of this, and some that are not, would be helpful for them to know the chronology and how we got here, rather than getting it from some other source that, in my view, cherry pick some of the data that suits an objective. And I don't think that's particularly helpful. So thank you for that, and I'm assuming that we'll have continued debate on this topic, but hopefully we don't have to keep rehashing the same issue over and over and over, on with the next steps, which are very important for us to get to.
I have myself on the list then, Kathy, if you'll take the chair.
Please go ahead, Councillor Farr.
I would say to this item, which is again on the record under other business or general information. This is not a committee report. We're talking about what one of the authors of the report calls a political report. I don't agree with I don't even want to say I don't agree with the content. It was the approach taken, and I think you're aware of that to some extent, and not to a full extent. But here today, I got clarity on that too. You call it a political or a politically driven report. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. A few days ago at 7:30 in the evening, while I was kind of half watching Naked and Afraid with the wife, it was a little more disheartening. It's a reality program. It's half interesting. So now I've got clarity there, and you've offered a little bit more clarity. What I had issue with was not just the way it kind of came at us a few days before a committee meeting, but the words and the way things were presented. In my humble, if you don't mind me sharing, saying things like apparently staff are getting back, and here today saying instead, quote, numbers are currently being quantified, end quote. That's more direct. That's the kind of words I would have liked to have seen, whether you want to call it a political report or any kind of report, the Terry Whitehead report, the Howard Rabb report, the Terry and Howie report, whatever you want to call it. So I was a little bit put off, and you know, I'm not the only one, and you're very good, I must admit, Councillor, at responding to the torrent, the tsunami of social media that follows some of the things that you say, and particularly, and I agree with you, from the folks that are generally in the area that we're sitting in now. And you did that to some extent, and I think here today on the record, when you say things like, quote, numbers are currently being quantified, end quote, in reference to the good work staff are doing, that's good. That brings peace of mind to some of the people that might have been, like me, to some extent, a little bit put off. When you say stuff today, like throwing accolade after accolade on the record about all the good work that Paul Johnson's doing, right down to those frontliners in the green shirts, that puts some of us gives us a bit of peace of mind. That's appreciated by me anyway, I could tell you that. Because, you know, I can't control the little sound snippet that goes into the spec article, but I was happy to take Tevia's call the other day. But I said other things to the Spectator, that I appreciate where you're coming from, and that I appreciate the fact that through this due diligence, I have every confidence that down the road, you're going to consider these things we're talking about, that this is just a small piece. This is just the start. It's the B and only part of the B in BLAST. And that we are going to, thanks to people like you and your due diligence, continue to do things right, set examples, and even do things better than other communities, and use those examples to our benefit, like we've showed here today, even with the presentation on knocking on every door. And that's just the first date, as our delegate said. So, you know, the thing with the professor, you'll deal with that. The reaction quite publicly that the professor has shared. I won't name names or anything, but the many quotes you used among your 58 pages with Howard Rabb, and that continues to play out publicly. That's your thing, and I think today, when he understands now from this general information item, this is not a report we're receiving, this is your office's report, that it's a politically driven thing, that may be, that may temper that conversation, or you may not at all care, but I appreciated the fact that that had an immediate response from the other side as well, because sometimes we can take quotes out of context. Sometimes we can quote when we do these things, and I'm responsible for it too, where the ... shouldn't be ... right there. We might have added more clarity to the actual quote we're using. And I think that was the problem maybe the professor had, but you're working that out. In short, Councillor, I'm just trying to tell you that while the tone for me, I had issue with your objective. Now that I hear today more clear on what it was, I can't deny you that. I can't tell you on the record that I disapprove. That's your God-given right as the Ward 8 councillor and as an effective committee member here on the LRT Implementation Committee. So just one quick question through you to and I, in advance, shared with you, Councillor, that I wanted to get the take of your 58 pages from our city manager. So I'll just want to give you the final word and some general comments on what transpired in the last few days and the staff perspective on that, Chris, please.
Chris, please go ahead.
If I can, through you, Chair, and I'm not going to cover off a lot of things that have already been said. I mean, Paul and I met yesterday to go over the tenor of the 58 pages, and I think we've already covered off. There's a number of reports that are coming through this LRT office, which I think are going to provide the clarifications that you're seeking. There are some things, though, that I think go beyond the mandate of the office, as I mentioned earlier. If we're going to be directed to revisit the technology, BRT versus LRT, or if we're going to be asked to do more work in terms of justifying King versus Maine, that if that direction is going to be given, it should be given to the organization and not the office. A couple of things, though, that I think that have been said here that are really, really important. I think Councillor Merleau's comment about communicating the BLAST, and I would argue not just the BLAST, but the 10-year transit strategy. Those two things really are going to move the dial huge, I think, in terms of accomplishing all that we want to accomplish with transit, which, of course, you know this well, that we are, I think, a community that has had extensive planning, starting with grids, where we looked at how we're going to grow, and then looking at our land use plans, which are our urban official plan, our rural official plan, and then looking at all the infrastructure plans, including transit planning that we've done, we're well planned, I can say that. I think these reports that I think what the councillor was saying and the mayor and the motion you passed, you know, trying to get upper levels of government to invest in our overall transit strategy, not just the LRT, but the other work that needs to be done, which has been spelled out and is I think, in need of better communication to this community. To Councillor Marula's comment about, I know the spec has done some work on the blast, but I think people need to understand the blast and the 10-year transit investment to understand if we're able to achieve all of this. And think about this for 1 second. The LRT, when built, will be completed in less than 10 years. And if we have the same thing happen with our 10-year transit strategy, including the blast, we are going to, in a decade, go from where we are today to a substantially well-planned and executed overall transit strategy, which links in beautifully with the interregional transit investments the province is making. I think that's the communication. I know you see it in reports, and this circle sees it all the time. I think what I can get this organization to do to support where you're going and to support maybe some commentary to the federal government is to better communicate just how important this blast and this 10-year transit strategy is in terms of how we're going to grow this community and how it supports a lot of important decisions you've made. So that's something that we can certainly do to help simplify and better communicate just how important this entire system, because that will affect revenues, that will affect ridership, that will affect all the things I think that you're talking about.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the chair back. Kathy, and then second time, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're sort of at the general information other business point of the agenda, and I just had one quick question through you to
Kathy, on this item, then I'll go to Terry, and then you can have the final word with the new item, okay? Councillor Whitehead, second time.
Just briefly, I'm sorry the mayor walked out, but no, I haven't got all the answers. I just asked a number of questions again, so I want to make sure that's not left on the table. It's not that I'm getting stonewalled by staff, so I want to make that clear as well. Now, there has been frustration. I can tell you, I've been waiting for example, uplift around the THB station, which is a hard rail system where would be at Hamilton experience that we could actually somewhat relate to in regards to potential uplift. I'm still waiting for those numbers. I requested that 3 months ago, and I don't, again, believe that there's any towards. It might be work plan, it might be just tough to get, but I don't have that data. I can tell you that I've asked for employment surveys in the lower city to determine where people live that work in the employment areas within the city. I got some information. It is really scattered. And I've still got questions on that. So I want to make clear, and again, I'm not blaming staff. It's because you're working with the best information or the best location you can get that information. I know there's challenges, but I do get frustrated when I think, and everything I read, you should know what when you build high-order transit systems, where your employment bases are, who are the employees, and where they're coming from. That is a fundamental structure you should understand before you even enter into these kinds of investments. And unfortunately, we hadn't done that work. In fact, I had to ask, and we still don't have that work completed. So, but again, we're trying to make the best of what's in place. I understand that, but these are important questions. And I want to make it clear that on that site, Councillor, the good Councillor, that I put linkages to every reference report. I came to conclusions based on data. If people disagree with me, I respect it. We're in a democracy. But what I did that no one else does is I provided a one-button click, and bang, they can draw their own conclusions from those reports. So clearly, I was trying to be as informative, help the community draw their own conclusions. They may not agree with my conclusions, but what they can agree with is that the information was made available, it created dialogue, and they had full reports to go to. So I want to make that clear. And then as far as, a pro LRT person coming in and peer reviewing a political study, I think that's unheard of, especially when we just heard that none of our studies have been peer reviewed. is a bit strange and a bit odd. But having said that, it is what it is.
I think what I was referring to, just for clarity, Councillor, was the professor had an expectation that he'd have an opportunity to review the report before he made it public. I think that's the biggest angst of all, and that's that's for what I'm reading into the claim. So that's where I was going there with that. And then just some of the language issues. When you use words like apparently staff are getting back to me versus the way you spoke so eloquently today, just so we're clear.
Just be clear.
Okay.
Right? We did entertain this individual and asked him if he would have an opportunity. He was aloof. He said he was going to China. He wouldn't know if he had time, and he could consider it.
Okay, good.
He never got back to us.
First time hearing the other side. I should have asked you the question.
So the first time I heard that he had an interest and he was doing it was when he put it on Twitter the same morning that we had launched it. So, I don't think that's the way business should be done, but that's what happened.
It's all political anyway, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Marula on this matter.
I wasn't going to weigh into this, but I must now. The bottom line is this. The report is really not a report. It's, as you mentioned, a political statement. Firstly. Secondly, you can't criticize Mr. Higgins for taking it back when you're citing the man numerous times in the paper, and now you've cited him. So when you cite somebody incorrectly, they have every right to make that correction. So when it's taken out of context, Councillor Whitehead, honestly, I was not going to say a word about that report because from my perspective, it was nonsense from the beginning. I can't believe how much print it got. Frankly, I can't believe how much broadcasting it got, but you know what? It's a slow news time, and I get it. But let's not try to state one day that you're looking for empirical data from everybody, claim it's a report, then say, oh no, it's not really empirical, it's not scientific at all, it's political. At the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's garbage. And let's just move forward with our professional staff and
Chair,
look
that can come up in a majority question.
It's my political opinion.
When an individual comes in and disrespects the hard work of his staff and himself to do the best he can and provide a report that informs the community with linkages to all the other reports, I think that's absolutely insulting and that doesn't deserve the time of day around this sort of thing.
That's great. But everyone you cited, particularly Mr. Higgins, thinks it's garbage, and I'm going to side with the person you cited. Yes, he did. And frankly, the request for a peer review of staff reports, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor, just...
Through you, Mr. Chairman, can we have some clarity on the difference between a recommendation and a report from a municipal staffer or bureaucracy versus that of a scientific report that should be peer audited? Whoever would like to answer that. Is it common practice to have a peer review of a recommendation at a bureaucratic level, at any level of government for that matter?
So if I can, through the chair, I mean, I go back to obviously the infrastructure project I was involved with, which there was many reports generated. I'm hard, except for the tribunal that was done in the mid-'80s. And there was a lot of work done after the mid-'80s when the funding came back on Red Hill. I mean, those reports were done by, professional consultants with skills in the specific areas. I can't recall any one of them being peer reviewed. I could be wrong, but I don't recall us sending out as a normal course of practice peer reviewing the professional work that we had paid for.
Right. It's just not protocol, it's not common, it's frankly nonsense to suggest it, but the fact remains, and I was giving you a lot of leeway on this, particularly considering I have a toothache, and the issue that's before us is far too important to be played for politically through the media, who's taking the bait like I've never seen before. It is what it is, but if it has no scientific merit to it, then it's not worth the paper it's written on. It's just simply a collation of published material that you put together and you Googled and basically printed out. So don't give even remotely any impression that it has any merit or any sound factual component to it. It is what it is. You think it's great. I think it's garbage, and the person you cited concurs with me. So the bottom line is this. I'm ready to move forward, as I was 15 minutes ago when I told you to back off on that nonsense, but you chose not to. And hence, here you are. The floor is yours, and I appreciate your time.
Well, not yet. Third time in just a second. First time on this matter, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. I want to make a point that matters to me in this conversation, which is that it would be wrong wrong to slight the relevance of values in the conversation about LRT. So are there scientific and empirical points to be made about LRT? Yes, there are. There are engineering questions, which are mathematical and scientific questions. How it will work, how the tracks will work, etc. There are other empirical questions about ridership. There are economic empirical questions about how this will impact on businesses, how will the financial landscape, the employment landscape of our city shift, how many jobs will be created, etc. These are empirical questions that we can bring an empirical approach to. Call it a scientific approach if you must. Although this isn't chemistry or biology, we are in social sciences, where the term science itself is kind of loosely used. The better word is empirical. So yes, I'm not going to say there isn't a very important scientific and empirical debate to be had. Councillor Whitehead's report does a very good job of a bunch of empirical scientific concerns about LRT. And as we know, there are studies on the other side that present empirical scientific arguments for LRT. Studies that say we do have the ridership. Studies that say that this will have an economic uplift of a positive kind, notwithstanding the economic counter-arguments that say the impact is going to be negative. That's all fine and good. We have to listen to the empirical and scientific arguments. However, at a certain point, we have to get to the values-based conversation, the philosophical component to this conversation, call it the political aspect of the conversation. And as a politician, I have no shame in using the word political as a word to describe this deeply important values-based conversation that we need to have about LRT. Last night at the Democratic Convention, Elizabeth Warren said, "Isn't it sad that in the year 2016, I still have to make the point on women's rights, equal pay for equal work." And that's in my head because I just want to use the phrase, I think it's sad. I think it's sad that at this juncture, I still have to talk about the values undergirding LRT. Yet, here I go. There is such a thing as climate change. Speaking of science, speaking of empiricism, we have a duty as a municipality to work with the other two levels of government to create transportation policy, transportation systems that will result in a future in which our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren will not look back at us and say that we were derelict. That is a very important values-based reason why it is worth, in my own personal view, taking risks in terms of creating congestion in order to do the right thing in creating green transit. We also have to look at human mobility and the fact that we have all kinds of marginalized people, be they seniors who are losing mobility and the ability to drive because they are getting old, be they lower income people who cannot afford to drive cars around our increasingly expensive city, be they young people who, in the present economy, cannot afford cars, transit, etc., but do need to get around, to get to the downtown, to get to McMaster, to link to the other communities in Southwest Ontario where the scarce job opportunities for them exist. These are the constituencies we need to be thinking about in making decisions. These are, in addition to the economic factors, the reasons for LRT. Inevitably, it's values-based. Inevitably, it's political. And let's have the debate not just on kind of a faux scientific level, but in the realm of values. That's what we were elected to do. Thank you very much.
Third on this, and then we're going to go to Kathy. Councillor.
I loved what I just heard, and that's absolutely true. The reality is that we all want to do, and I said this before, we want to do the best for the city. I can tell you that on research and even on Metrolinx, 1.1 to 6 uplift on 2 to 6 on LRT on the corridor, 1 to 7 on BRT. And when I looked at the Metrolinx study, they did the feasibility study, 1.4 versus 1.1, and I'm looking at it and I'm going 60% more. And then they justify it because there's a greater impact with LRT. And then I said, well, hang on, where's the A line? This is just B line. In that report, and I felt robbed as a councillor when we were making this decision, that what wasn't there was that if you incorporate the A line with the B line, and you take even the Metrolinx or some of the best studies out there, it will tell you that net benefit for the city, without question, not even arguable, you would get an A line from the airport to the waterfront through BRT. You would get from Eastgate to McMaster with a BRT. and you would have a greater level of total net uplift for the city than the one corridor on LRT. And I always thought my job was to get the best value and rest return and help the most people in the most diverse geographic areas of the city. And to me, it's pretty clear what the answer is. The problem is that we got $1 billion, we got an MOU, and we got to go forward with a particular project, which I think is flawed. Having said that, we got to make the best of what we have. And I want to make sure that's on the table. But it doesn't mean that the BRT system wouldn't have served this community far greater than all those reasons. Thank you.
Kathy, other business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to question a comment that was made earlier today about that there's no traffic congestion in downtown Hamilton these days. I hope that the traffic study will start from that basis that says, do we have traffic congestion in Hamilton? Because I've sat at the corner of Houston and King and watched cars not go through that traffic light for 3 cycles. I've watched kids being not picked up on bus routes for 2 or 3 buses who pass them because of traffic congestion in downtown Hamilton these days. I hope that the traffic study will start from that basis that says, do we have traffic congestion in Hamilton? Because I've sat at the corner of Houston and King and watched cars not go through that traffic light for 3 cycles. I've watched kids being not picked up on bus routes for 2 or 3 buses who pass them because the buses are full. So I hope that the traffic study, when it's released, will talk a little bit about the status of where we are today, because I really do take exception to that comment that we don't have congestion in Hamilton.
Looks like you wanted to bring some peace of mind to that comment, hopefully.
So through the chair to Kathy, there will be a base case. We actually use 2011 numbers for the base because that's how we can get the best, most recent data. So there's a base case. There's a case that's made with what we call business as usual. So if you progress through the next period of time, and we're looking through first to 2031, if you progress through that period of time as business as usual, what's the impact on traffic? And then the final piece is you progress through to 2031, and what's the impact with LRT? So that's the general piece, and then we will also layer on 2041. But of course, we have to work with our planning department fairly well. Those are new numbers that we're coming out with. The old study was up to 2021. We're now 31. We got to get to 41 as well.
Hey, Kat, thanks for hanging in there too. I know you've done a really, really great job as executive director in our most active, I guess, or busiest BIA, most addresses anyway. And I know there's probably a few items on just this file that keep you up at night, but you are always engaged and passionate, and your comments and input here are most appreciated. Move to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? That's carried.